welcome to this neighborhood, neighbor.
Okay, I think I'm here now. Am I? Wait. Sorry, I'm starting so late. Everything needed to update, and I was trying to do a different thing, and it didn't work, and I gave up. Okay, so great. Good, cool, excellent. I think. Okay, yeah. 26 months. Wow. Oh my gosh, you got me a thing in the mail. That was so cool. I'm really happy about it. I was like, oh my gosh. Aw. It's a nice one too. It's a Gund. Those are the nice ones. I don't think I ever had a Gund of this wonderful little guy. Yeah. Oh, it's so cute. Thank you so much. I'm gonna put him somewhere temporarily with his buddies. I'm gonna put him with Mr. Rogers, but I need to now make like a shrine. Move it around a bit. Okay, all right. What am I doing? So let me get Discord open. Sorry about, yeah, I'm kind of, I don't know. I'm kind of out of it a little more than usual. I'm trying to figure out, the multi-streaming thing is cool. I wanted to see if I could do Instagram Live, but the first way I tried to do it did not work, but it still may be possible. And where is HCAT? There it is. Okay. So stuff, first of all, is the music okay level-wise? Can you hear it? Sometimes I think it's too loud and then I turn it down and no one can hear it. Starting late will probably go till 4. Okay, set status. All right, and then here, and then pop out. Yeah, okay. So my goal is to start doing my actual like weekly stuff or during the week stuff, which I'm currently not doing. And then build up the stream. Can't really hear it. See, that always happens. I think it's too loud and I'm wrong. Till 2:30? Okay, that's totally fine. Do you have music stuff? I would guess. Did I accidentally close it? Maybe I just closed it like an idiot. I think I did that. Brilliant, Jane. You're smart. Now can you hear it? Maybe I just closed it. What happens if I listen to it? I turn it off too if we actually get into like a real discussion because it's like annoying at that point. Okay, so where's it at? Oh, a movie with your brother? That's cool. And then I just, you should still be able to hear it now, right? Okay, it's good now. Okay, got it. All right, cool, excellent. Okay, so first thing to do, I'm working with the knowledge that like the metaphors around moving to destinations are just why is this coming out? Yeah, I am cutting out. I know I am. Let me turn this on and off. Okay. Is it any better? Let's see, let me move around a little bit because I was losing my connection. I think I'm good now. It's not doing it. Okay. Hopefully I'm okay. Okay. So things to do. So lists are bad. Lists no, right? So I've started to look at the etymology of words because I think that's really where it's going to come down to it is like go back as far as we can and pick the words that have the strongest like etymological root that avoids, sidesteps the movement stuff. I don't mind using the word avoid because like we don't move very you know. Well, so why are there flies in my room? I don't like that. Okay, so great. What was I saying? You are goof. Yes. I am goof too though. Okay, so okay, so all right. Let me back this up a little bit. So the word that I'm trying to replace, there's two really, is routine. Root has a similar, you know, origin in common, but like routine is talking about a sequence, and I'm saying that we don't really think in sequences like that. It's different. So mosaic is actually really, really good. At first I was thinking like, well, maybe that origin is just the tiles, and you know, it's like maybe that's not strong enough, but it's much stronger than I thought because mosaic is actually related to the word origin for museum, and that's like seat of the muses, so museum is coming out of muse, and I was like, ah, okay, that works, like a collection of things that then is situated, and yes, and museums are good, and yes, like that whole concept, that makes sense to me. And even just like I've used metaphors of being like an archivist or like having a museum in my head, so curating for the museum, you know, all these things, so that kind of ties back into the right metaphorical universe that I want to talk from. And then the other one is goals. I hate goals. Goals is not a good one for very obvious reasons. But structures works well. You can also use, the other metaphors that would like work well if you're going for synonyms. I've used puzzle before, but if you actually look into the root of it, it's not so great because it really is starting with like the idea of something being very difficult and confusing. I'm like, oh, that's not what we want to point to, even though a puzzle, like as an object, like is a useful metaphor. The origin isn't very good, so mosaic works better, but blueprint also works, and that's what support has used in the past or recently. So you could use blueprint, you could use mosaic, but all of this is you're building a structure. So you don't have goals, you have structures. And that's so much nicer. Yeah. So I'm trying to translate advice for neurotypical people, breaking it down and making it more concrete first, like first finding out what is their advice actually saying, because it's so intuitive for them, they don't have to do that, and then translate it into what our brains can do. Yeah. I missed a lot since I've been gone. A lot's been going on. But I'm glad you're back. Good to see you in. Yeah, so basically, okay. Here's what I got at, okay? And this is why I love ChatGPT, because it can consolidate so much information that I actually want instead of just giving me what's popular, which is not what I want because I don't have a popular brain. So I wanted to know how many goals in the broadest sense neurologically, like from the perspective of neuroscience, does a person do in a day? And then it helped me to ballpark a range of that. So I have like the neurotypical range. And again, goals will need to be translated into structures. And the neurotypical range would be something like, what did they guesstimate? 40 to 100 per day. Then there's neurotypical plus, NT plus, which is like if they're actually optimizing for well-being, which is less. So you'd be interfacing with about, what do they have? 35 to 75 goals per day. And then I was like, okay, what does it look like for depression? So that's, I would say that like is basically neurotypical minus, even though depression is going to have a lot of catch-alls for people with neurodevelopmental stuff. And that gave you about, let's see here, 20 to 50 per day. And I was like, okay, let's do autism. So I have autism basic, neurotypical basic. Autism basic would be about, let's see here, 30 to 60 per day. 20 to 50 is depression. So you can see there's some parallel there. And then we end up with the autism plus, so autism optimizing, with the belief that, and even the first one's kind of like already optimized, like autism basic is still trying to work with the strengths and challenges of autism to be sufficiently, who knows what we're actually getting. We're probably getting closer to the depression range, if not less. And then so the autism optimized one is trying to increase the number of goals to around the neurotypical plus. So the neurotypical plus, where they're optimized for well-being, is 35 to 75. So I'm like, okay, let's try to get somewhere up towards 75, because if our range right now is only 30 to 60, it's like, okay, well, let's get it as high as possible, because I want to try to figure out if some of the problem is that basically, like, if you reach quote-unquote goals, or for us build structures, your brain has some amount of reward that's it's anticipating is normal for you. And if we can't navigate in the world because we have a global configurational disability, then we may just never be hitting that threshold. And it may be possible that the measurements of the threshold within our brain are intact, and so there's some knowledge that we're supposed to be higher and we can't get there. So I'm trying to get us more hits of like good yes chemicals. And so that's where we get into this idea of like, okay, so I had to translate routine into mosaic, because we don't actually do routine. It just looks like a routine if you don't have our disability from the outside, but we have mosaics that we construct or cognifacture, and that mosaic is a kind of structure, right? So there's different kinds of structures. There's structures that have to do with our special interests. There's structures that are aspirational that we want to complete over the span of our lifetime. There's structures that need to be built around, things we need to respond to and adapt to, and we need some amount of predictability in that. So that means we need to study structures in general to be able to do these predictions, because we're based on the structure. We're not based on us moving through space. Then ChatGPT added like some sensory-based structures. That was nice, and some social connection structures, which need to be less demanding, but probably need to be set because we may not naturally hit socializing for a variety of reasons. Okay, so yeah, Blinkwave, if you want to comment, please do. You can, let's see, are you in the Discord or no? I forget, because right now I'm in the HCAT Discord right now, so you would have to pop in there. I thought you were. Okay, yeah, you can just pop in there. Wait, do you see the chat? I'll drag you in if you can't see it, but you should be able to.
Welcome to this neighborhood, neighbor.
Just lurking. Okay, cool. Yeah, whenever you want to, you can pop in. Okay, so, all right, let's see here. What was I gonna say? Okay, so my hypothesis on autism, I'm sticking with it. It's very similar to the overall, how do I say this? Okay, if you look into the theory of monotropism, mine is very, very, very similar, except that I have a different explanation for it, which I think also leads more credibility, if you think I'm credible, to monotropism, because I independently arrived at some of their ideas, but I have a different cause of it, so it does change it quite a bit, because I'm arguing actually for a different reason for some of the things they've observed, so then my observations end up getting categorized differently. Thank you. So basically, for autistic people, I think what they're going to find is that there is something quite different in the region of the brain where the grid cells are mostly active and located. There's a couple grid cells maybe in other locations, but I think it's like the actual hub of where your grid cells are. And grid cells literally fire in a grid pattern when you are observing or moving through a physical space. So it helps you to understand three-dimensional space, okay? And also to understand even two-dimensional space, right? It helps you to understand moving through space. And I think that's broken on us. And that means that all concepts that are downstream of that, all metaphors that rely on you moving through space and being able to make estimations and relationships about that moving through space, not just literally, but also like figuratively, like all of our concepts are anchored to this in our society. And if you don't have that, you can understand it conceptually the same way that somebody who's congenitally blind can conceptually understand a sunset, but you don't experience it. So we need to do what we have as an alternative, which is other cells in your brain that are related to the grid cells that are supposed to be downstream. We have those, but they're intact, and they get to think about the world without the grid. So that's why we have special interests. So those would be place cells, which anchor to very specific locations. And what we do is we learn everything we can about those specific locations, those specific objects, and all the properties that they have to infer what environment we must be in. So we're complex enough cognitively to do this calculation and deal with all the metaphors, but we've never been empowered to talk about it and know what we're doing differently. So my goal is to isolate what autism really is, start to work with the metaphors that make sense from the perspective of our brain that has been interpreting the world according to this like place cell model instead of grid cells talking to our place cells. So that all means that like everything we do has been through this lens, and then if we can speak in that lens and make decisions from it, we're going to be more successful, we're going to be more intentional, we're going to be healthier. We can start to like design our lives in ways that we can actually succeed at the things we build around us, and things that we can't succeed at we can say no to and know why we're saying no. Yeah, so it's kind of dense, like, and I'm summarizing a bunch of stuff that's like neuroscience that I, again, am a layperson, so I have to be a little bit messy with it, but overall I think I've got it. And I think this will help tremendously. So the application of it still needs to be explored because it's not even a totally clear theory, but like we have to learn new metaphors, and we have to like grab metaphors that already exist and then like expand them so that we have the metaphorical universe that relays how we actually think. So we like doing as building is us, doing as arriving and moving through space is people without autism, and all of the metaphors keep going back to moving through space, right? It keeps recentering the attention on moving through space. For us, it keeps looking at that. We can direct our eyes and our focus and our attention. We can direct our hands. We can direct our ability to build towards a direction, but it's right in front of us. It's not across the room. We aren't aware of the journey to the thing. We just are aware of the thing. Okay. Yeah, right? I've been pretty well, slightly overwhelmed, but I have a new job, so I think that's gonna help. Yeah, it won't be too distracting either. So I'm going to be, I think I can say this, I'm going to be a flexologist, which is the special name they made for this, and it's going to be like PNF stretching with people, so I'll be, basically helping people with flexibility by doing hands-on. So it's not quite body work, but yeah, it's related. And since I have this like really extensive fitness, dance, contortion background, I'm like, oh, this will be a lot of fun. So I get to geek out on the body again and physiology. And a lot of the people that are training with me and like already working in this, they have like kinesiology degrees. So yeah, so I get to like geek out with people that have actually gone to school for this. And I was like, yeah. So it's I'm gonna butcher it, but it's something neurofeedback, and I forget, but it's basically you'd contract a muscle, and then that's going to create this response where when you relax it, it will allow it to go even longer. So you have a position, you anchor the joints where you want them, you figure out which muscle you want to stretch, and then you have the person contract that muscle against resistance for like 5 seconds, and then you have them relax, and then the muscle will elongate because there's this just this response from your nervous system to your muscles right after a contraction, and you're taking advantage of that where it allows the muscle to relax. So it lets it relax even further, because a lot of the reason why people aren't flexible is your nervous system is just telling you to stop. It's not that the muscle can't go further. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, a lot of us are. Yeah, I have some hyperextension too. Like there's a lot more Ehlers-Danlos syndrome overlap where you have like the hypermobile. Yeah. So for an autism. Yeah. I'm outside of the range of EDS as far as I know, but I also am a little bit mobile. So yeah. So for like me, right? Like let's say somebody's like super mobile, you could also use this to make sure you have strength at that end range, so that you're also and you can also make sure that you can stop them at the range where you want them to be most stable. So let's say like the average range is probably a little less than maybe ideal, so you want it to be right at the optimal range, and then let's say you can go past it. Well, you could use this PNF to practice contracting right at the optimal range, and then you can allow yourself to stretch back to it, but it gives your body a chance to figure out how to contract your muscles at that exact spot in the joint, like when it's all lined up where you would want it to be for the best joint health. So it can also stabilize that. So it's really helpful. Yeah. I just started. So there's a training that I did yesterday, and like they're pre-training me, and then I have a weekend workshop that I'm doing for like 2 full days. And that's like a big training thing that they do periodically because it's like a franchised thing that I'm joining. And then it'll probably take like a month and a half to finish. Like I have like online courses to do and then a bunch of in-person studio work to do. So by January I should be ready to go. Thank you. Thank you. I should also make an introduction here. So Tara is amazing and runs a like not Discord. I'm so locked in Discord. She runs a Slack group that's for people in tech and entrepreneurs who are not just on the autism spectrum, but basically all neurodivergency. And it's like just a really cool collaborative space that she's been building, and she's got more ideas too for building spaces for neurodivergent people who are especially focused on creating professional impacts in the world, you know, creating our network. Yeah. And then I'll introduce you as Blinkwave, because that's like, yeah, your musician name, but feel free to introduce yourself also how you'd like to be known. But yeah. Well, so Blinkwave I've known through Twitch. And she's really awesome and is a rapper as well, and I've gotten a chance to mentor her a bit when I've had time to, which has been amazing. But she's in college and has an yeah, oh definitely. And yes, absolutely, I would love to too. I'll get there. It's one on my list of like why to get more organized. Perfect. Yeah, and did you wanted to like update on and you know give Tara a chance? You can also both introduce each other however you want. Yeah.
Helping companies with strategy and team collaboration, stuff like that. Yeah, with startups. And I make music on the side, write original songs. Yeah, so that's fun.
What sort of music do you make? Like, what's the genre?
Mostly like pop, folksy kind of stuff. I can drop my SoundCloud if you want to check it out. Yeah, lots of kind of like emotional stuff, if you will.
Nice. I love it when an artist is able to tap into their emotions. If you ever need an additional lyricist, I'm willing to help. I won't even charge.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. Great to meet you, Blinkwave.
Great to meet you too.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of like in between stuff. Been mostly like doing consulting work for the last year and a half.
Oh, nice.
In this economy, it's been like a lot of the gigs have just gotten so small that it's like unsustainable. It's like once I barely halfway start orienting, they're done kind of thing. So I've been trying to find bigger gigs, got a couple leads. But meanwhile, made my way to autistic burnout. I don't know, have y'all ever been there?
I've been through academic burnout once or twice, but not autistic. Okay,
gotcha. Yeah, I've been through work burnout before, and my special interests were like very alive and kind of, I don't know, like socially, I, you know, was able to talk a lot easier than now, versus now it's like hard to string words into sentences and sentences into paragraphs, and like structure. Yeah, whether it's like conversation or like even getting anything done, it's like a couple, as I've kind of like gone deeper into burnout, like a couple months ago, I used to write everything down and make flowcharts. And now it's like my ability to do that isn't even able to keep up with my thoughts. Yeah. And it's like I got a couple really good work leads that I'm really excited about. But I just don't know what I'm gonna do. Like I'm trying my best with self-care. But like I don't know how to communicate what's going on. I don't even know, I don't even understand it that well. Like just crossing my fingers that it like gets better, at least to the point that I figured out how to accommodate. Like a couple months ago, I kind of had like a sense of what I need, but then clearly I was still pushing myself too hard, and then ended up in this new place where it's like, I don't even know. And it's like if I take stuff off my plate, like I have these last couple days, then it's just like all these thoughts coming up of like trying to get me out of this situation. But then that's like overwhelming and draining in itself. I've been trying to like figure out, how can I ease my way into anything work related as much as possible. And yeah.
Yep.
I don't know. It's like I try to take stuff off and my brain is still like, no.
So I'm glad you brought this up today, because that's where my theory needs to go next, or go. Like, what is burnout? We don't have a clear understanding of why autistic burnout is what it is. So one thing that comes up is that we say we're stuck and we say that we're lost. And I don't think we're being metaphorical. I think we are stuck and are lost. And my thinking, even just listening to this and trying to situate it in the structure I've been building, is that if we are able to do what other people want from us and are getting encouragement from them, they start to move around us and kind of move us around too. And then we end up in a new location, very lost. So the way that we interface with the world can get us kind of sucked up into the world expecting us, and other people without autism expecting us to be able to keep up with them moving around and keep track of them, and we can't. So they're like, oh, you're giving us a really cool thing. That's great. Now do the thing you're disabled at. So it's like, what would it look, see what I'm saying? What would it look like for us to say, I'm not moving. I'm not going to be able to interact with all of you people that I will see moving. I won't understand why you're over there all of a sudden. I won't understand why you're trying to drag me over there all of a sudden, but I cannot go there. I have to stay doing what I am doing. I cannot, and I need people to be able to understand that, not just like metaphorically, but in some sort of like, it's what's the word I'm looking for? Not a hypothetical way. Oh my gosh. A concrete example, right? Like I need people to understand the concrete thing that I'm describing, because what's happening, I'm describing it sort of literally, but the way that we perceive this is going to be metaphorically. We're not going to understand these systems without breaking it down into like an abstraction, because it's too complex. Like the way humans actually interact is super complex. But I think what's oh, go ahead. I can pause there if you had any questions. Actually, this is good. Yeah.
Sorry, could you edit out the part where my mom came in for the VOD?
Oh yeah, it totally. I don't think it picked it up because Discord's pretty good about background noise. So I
Yeah,
think
I
you're
can
okay,
hear
but
it.
I'll review it. Yeah,
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure that, like, you know,
of course.
doxing.
Yes.
You can edit this part out as well.
Okay, sure.
Sorry.
Oh, is that like something you go through and do on your streams, like edit stuff out?
Yeah, I can do that if you'd like.
Okay, yeah, there was some stuff that came up on the past one where I was like, I don't know if I want that on
Yeah.
the internet.
Yeah, let me know. I can always take that down. I can always move it out. I can take the whole thing down if you ever want to, because like it's not a big deal. It's in you own your voice. That's yours. So I don't own it. Anytime I take down with no questions asked. So let me know what it was from last week.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just
All right.
there was just
I'll private it for the time being, and then I'll take a look at it.
Oh,
Yeah.
I mean, do you prefer text or chatting on Discord, or like, do you care? Just...
Text is a little better usually. Sometimes I kind of blew up lately.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to do too much, so I was kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
But text is good. If I don't respond,
yeah.
I don't mind people being like, "Hey, what happened?" Because my brain is not keeping it in there right now.
I've been there. I'm like weeks behind on messages.
It's
so much content switching with them too. Like that's why when you told me about your communication day, I was like, I know I can never do that.
Yeah. Well, and I'm trying to like, that's the thing, right? So this is a good example of what I'm talking about. So I need to tell people like, hey, if I try to keep up with your communications, I'm going to get lost. I'm going to end up somewhere I don't understand why I'm over here, and I'm nowhere near the stuff that I need to work on that helps me to understand where the hell I am and what I am doing. Right. So if I can get more people to meet me on communication day, that would be the dream. So that they know this is the day.
I can't do that.
No, it's the whole schedule of our society is fighting against that idea. Like it would be very hard to do. But my thinking is like, could we modify to get versions of this?
What I would like is a text scheduler where, so I'm autistic, ADHD, and an autistic burnout. When I am able to coherently think of a message, that's either something I've, worked my schedule around being coherent enough for it, or like even, to come to this, I was like, maybe I'll like take a walk before and then be a bit more regulated. Or it's like just miraculously I have a moment and I want to take advantage of it. And I can't trust it being there on your communication day. And sometimes it's there at 2 a.m. or on weekends when I don't have calls scheduled. That's when I have more clarity for messages, but I don't want to be texting people work messages on weekends. So I would love, just like there's email scheduling.
Yes.
If there could be a tool. Now there are tools that will send messages on a whole bunch of platforms. Now, if they could integrate the sending them at a specific time, so you could get it at the time that's good for you, but I don't have to send it at that time, like that would be amazing.
That would be really good. That would work for both people. You know what I mean? Like that. Yeah. Wow. And that what would be cool is if you got like a notification. So let's say somebody texted that, it would say like, hey, this person is using the system that we all understand, and we'll see this message at this time. If it's more urgent than that, please flag, and it'll go through them right now. But otherwise,
yes. Yeah, I would love the idea to. I did come up with a system with friends of marking messages as urgent in brackets, so that people could like check everything else 2 weeks later if they want to.
Right.
Yeah, like so normalizing things like that could work even with our existing tools.
I like that a lot. But it would be better if it like basically made it invisible to you until your time that you're going to Right. And the reason for that too is, so this is the problem. So if you have autism, I think recursiveness is like this principle that I want to teach people about, because I think it's really important. if something is recursive to our brain, we're going to try to say, oh, that's very important. I need to pay attention to it as an autistic person, and this is how our special interests work. So if somebody keeps poking at us, being like, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, look, that's also going to register as recursive. Like, it's also going to be like, oh, this keeps happening. So we'll go and pay attention to it. But the problem with that is we have this autobiographical episodic memory that's very strong to keep track of all of these recursive aspects. So now you're going to be mentally time traveling to past events when people have told you that you're failing and you haven't gone back to them, and now, you know what I mean? So like, it's not that we're, see what I'm saying, we're not triggering some sort of trauma spiral, because it's different for us. It's a different situation because of how the brain developed, is my thing.
Right.
So see what I'm saying? So then if somebody's trying to get our attention, what they're actually doing is bringing our attention back to other instances where this has occurred, and now we're destroying our self-esteem.
Right. Another thing that like I have experiences with sometimes is when I go to text someone and then all our past texts are right there, and it's like the where we left off, which, if like, that helps from an empathizing perspective, sort of, but at the same time not really, because it's not even telling me anything about their current location. It's just reminding me of that stupid thing I said way back when. So like, I've gotten better at like navigating social media really fast, like going through all the clicks, trying to avoid seeing anything else in the meantime. Which is another reason, like, because I use the messages a lot more than like wanting to see all the posts. But I'd love to be able to filter those more intentionally as well. I do feel like the algorithms are getting better at showing me what I actually want. But yeah, like, absolutely. That's another reason, just doing a lot of messaging in a row, just a lot of things about the way these platforms are set up is just kind of distracting for me and sending me down memory lane. And yes, and that's so I think I wonder how this breaks down for ADHD, but I'm pretty sure that like you'll have a universal where autistics are doing that this is why so many things are problems for us, is because this is how our memory works. There's no alternative. So somebody's like, here's this thing that's going to send you on memory lane, right? You don't have a choice but to go there. You can reframe it, but you can't lie to yourself, because this is how you know where you are. You can't go to a delusional memory lane. You have to go to the actual one that you've been on. So this is like why I'm so pissed off that I had a battle where somebody brought up suicide, and I'm working on suicidal ideation and autism, which is so serious, and I know personally. I had to go back to everything because this motherfucker brought this thing up because he was trying to be creative and did something stupid. So like that's see what I'm saying? So then people can understand. I'm not being triggered. I'm not having post-traumatic blah, blah. No, this is how my memory works, and it has to work like this for us because we don't have an alternative. So we don't need to pathologize it. What we need to do is like you're saying. I was thinking something very similar, that we need some way for these algorithms to understand how autistic brains work. And we need a different algorithm. I think everybody needs a different algorithm, but autistic people really, really need one, because this one is not good. It's going to make our memory sabotage us. Yeah, like, I want to be able to get to, kind of like you were talking about ChatGPT, how it's not Google with a history of your past searches. Similarly, I want to be able to see who in my network is down to, chat about this thing I want to chat about now. But ideally without bringing up all these topics that are going to trigger me. Like, I don't want to have to go back to the places I went last week. Have social connection. I want to be able to just come here and see Jane and Blinkwave. And not have to also look through everything else that's happening on the Discord, which Discord is actually like, I like the sorting, as impossible as it is to ever get to everything. So I wish there were better notifications of like all the times I was mentioned, for example.
I think there's a way to do that on Discord.
I've heard there are.
I can help you, like, there's like a thing on servers where it's like only when you're specifically mentioned it has notifications on.
Yes. Yeah, I do remember seeing that. And I do like getting notified of other things, but I wish I think there might be ways to filter those as well, like only notify me about these specific channels on these specific servers.
Right.
But I haven't had the bandwidth or motivation to set it up yet because my friends keep moving around, like
Yeah.
Discord and Clubhouse, and yeah, it's like you get the perfect system in one place, and then it's like no one
I'm
wants
sorry
to
you
use
have to go through all that.
It would be easier if there was some meta thing that like saw what you tend to
Yes.
talk about and then said like this is happening over there. This because for an autistic person that's perfect.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, that's happening there right now. Okay, that's what I'm working on right now. Let me go contribute or, get unstuck because this person knows something I don't. And we currently don't have it set up like that. Yeah.
Actually, so what like started my autistic burnout kind of spiral was so the trip where I met you when I was in the Bay Area for basically all of May and June. And there were a ton of tech events, which was really awesome. But even just sorting through them and then trying to follow up with people, I didn't even remotely keep up. But
Right.
I'm like, having memories now of my emotional state and my mental state back then. And I'm like, how did I survive? Like, I was feeling disappointed about all the things that I didn't get through. But I'm like, I'm proud of myself for getting myself back to Chicago in one piece.
Yeah.
After, like, I wish someone else could have. I know this sounds so like, why can't I just look through a spreadsheet and decide which events I want to go to myself and follow up with some messages? But now I've been learning why that's a lot. And if like Twitter and Facebook can find out what people find addicting, they could find out which events I want to go to. That's an easier process.
Yeah, exactly.
And who I actually want to talk to.
Right.
And like, if there was some way, some socially acceptable way to be like, I like you, but I don't have the bandwidth or a match in priority to be talking with you every week. But I would love to be once every couple months friends. Are you up for that?
Right. And I would like to have topic friends, right? So if it's like, I know like they're going through a phase where they're talking about the topic that we have in common, I'd like to know that so that I can, you know what I mean? And if I am too, like if we have, like I have a high bandwidth for very, specific topics and decent bandwidth for some other topics. And there's some things that I'm never going to have the bandwidth for, or that I've already eliminated as topics that are going to be helpful for me. They may mess me up because again, the memory is going to get going.
Right.
Well, and this might be, I was just thinking this might be one of the many reasons we don't like small talk, because basically somebody's like, we're like, hey, let's talk about this thing that we're building. Here's the structure. And we're following where the structure could go. And then they jump to a thing that's going to then send us down memory lane to a place we absolutely did not fucking want to go.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. Especially since, like, it's been hard for me to make proper friends in college.
Yes.
So it's like, people know me as the girl who's obsessed with movies and all that. And, like, that's fine. I'm hoping, at least with that, I can make friends who would want to see movies with me. That's the goal.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. You're targeting it. And I think that's what we have to do. Like overall, we need topic friends. And occasionally one of those topic friends will turn into something that we can work with more. I think that with autistic friends, it can be also potentially a little bit easier. It depends. But we could be like, oh, we have these topics in common and we're able to appreciate how we talk about topics. And we know it's not going to just jump around in this way that we don't understand the rationale of that a neurotypical does when they do quote unquote small talk or when they do a natural conversation where it's and like
I know exactly what you mean.
Yep.
I have like the closest thing to a friend I have at college in the moment is like one of my senpais in my Japanese class. We bonded over the fact that like when my rap song dropped, I sent it to them and they really liked it.
Good.
We both like, chatting with each other. We're both on the spectrum. They've got ADHD, I've got autism. And yeah, we really
Yeah.
just bonded over that, and now we become relatively decent friends.
Yeah.
I'm also pretty close with my sensei. She has ADHD, and like we were talking one time at a school performance of Midsummer Night's Dream,
Mm-hmm.
how
Mhm.
I like it when I have things really scheduled, and
Yeah.
she's kind of the exact opposite.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't like when
Right.
things are really scheduled, and like we really connected over that.
That's really awesome that you were able to like bond over like that difference and understanding sorry, yeah, I just received a text which made me think of stuff.
That's
I'll
okay.
share it with you guys because it's kind of funny in a way. But first this topic. Yeah, like I really love when people are down to bond over our differences and not
Yeah.
just our similarities.
Yes.
Because yeah, like I don't like one thing that kind of kept me, you know, from being as special interest oriented as a lot of autistic people until recently
Mm.
was just seeing how many special interest groups are like echo chambers and kind of like you have to think this one way.
Yeah.
And I kind of prided
I think
myself on
that's just the
being
internet in a nutshell in some places.
yeah, I have heard yeah, I see people running into that a lot on the internet. I don't stay in those kind of groups very long.
Yeah, I don't
I had, like-
tend to go there. It's not good for me.
Yeah.
Give me a minute.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, my best friend has ADHD as well. And I have autism and either ADHD or something similar. And yeah, like so there is kind of that difference in how we like to structure and schedule things, but also yeah, the fact that we both, you know, have that skill of kind of developing self-awareness.
Yeah.
We're able to, you know, find systems that work for both of us. And
Yeah.
yeah, like with having both, it's like I don't like fully structured, and I also don't like the go with the flow. And it's like hard to know what I'll want. It's just kind of like feels like my brain going nope to anything and everything sometimes. So trying to
Well, I
figure
wonder,
out
do you
what
think,
to do.
does your brain reject things that aren't structured enough, like in principle? Because if you could think about it, like, let's say in your ideal situation, maybe everything has a good amount of structure internal to itself, like everything, it makes sense, it's compartmentalized, but you don't have to keep doing that. You could do that structured thing for a while, and then you can switch whenever you feel like it, so you can switch structured tasks in an unstructured way.
Right. That sounds great, except for the trying to interact with people.
Right.
It's like,
Yep.
yeah, it's like because I've found that jobs where I'm, or you know, any kind of big project, even if it's not paid, where I am given some big directive and left on my own with it and not able to clarify things. I find that, you know, as I'm learning how differently I think from people, actually my work experiences where I was able to be the healthiest were ones where we had a good amount of interaction without micromanaging. And like we did have alone time, but we did have, you know, the opportunity to interact as needed during the day.
Right.
As, you know, like, hey, can we chat? And then, or right now I want to be alone, but we can chat in a bit. Versus the, I'm gonna go be alone for like 3 months. I would go build something that the people who are paying me don't want. Maybe someone else in the world might love it someday. But, you know, that's just like not, it wasn't sustainable for me. And that's one challenge that I'm running into with consulting, is that I, you know, do have a lot of freedom, and like I, you know, have a good amount of time in between interactions, because when people want to be like boom 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 and having me following them exactly, like that doesn't work either.
Right. Yes.
But there's too much of, I like a phrase that a friend who's autistic and ADHD used, inference distance.
Okay.
Like the distance, the potential distance between like what someone's could be thinking and what you think they might be thinking. And it's like the more you get to know someone, at least in the context of what you're working on, the more that shrinks if you have a
Yes.
lot of touch points.
Yes.
Versus if you don't, then it's this guessing game where some people do really well if they're able to just, you know, kind of detect patterns and what kind of language gives people a sense of, I got this. And like, I was able to get to a certain point in my career acting that way, like
Right.
faking it till I make it.
Right.
But now I've gotten to a point where people expect a level of competence where that's not going to fly anymore.
Mhm.
And I have to be able to ask the questions I need to get the information I need. But I only get to talk to someone like once a month, then it feels like I'm bombarding them and I'm a nuisance.
Right.
Which is why, and I, you know, I've thought about like, I, you know, would love to have multiple days in a week where I just don't have to talk to anyone about professional stuff.
Right.
But then that means all of it has to be on these other days.
Mhm.
And I don't know if I can, you know, structure that in a way I can handle it.
Yeah.
And part of it is because I'm in burnout. Part of it, you know, there might be some limitation on like how many conversations of what length and kind can I handle in a day. But the other part of it is just with this massive inference distance with everyone being a prospect or like, you know, shorter clients.
Mhm.
When I jump on a call and then the person would want to talk about something completely different, I can follow a little bit or give the perception that I'm following or maybe even convince myself that I'm following.
Right.
But they're not going to get my best work.
Right.
They're going to get me in this state of chasing them and being out of breath.
Yes, exactly.
Rather than being collected, yeah, and having had time to collect my thoughts in advance.
Yep. I think, and in my model to translate a little bit, I really like the inference distance thing because I would just say that, like, we're constantly trying to build a predictive machine for the situation we're in, for the environment that we're going to be in, right? Because everything has a habitat that it lives in. So every project has certain things that it interacts with as its habitat and things that it doesn't. So we're trying to figure out how does this behave so that I understand the environment it's in. And we can't figure out behavior on a new thing that quickly because why you were saying about like basically we don't have enough time to do this, which is true because we are running after them. The people who have neurotypical brains are able to see things moving in real time and are constantly adapting to that information they're seeing, which they're very good at seeing it. They have the ability to, they've refined it, and they're very good at responding to it and getting what they need to respond to it from other people who can also see it. Right? So they're having a completely different interaction than we are, and we're trying to keep up with what they're producing and be relevant to what they're doing.
Yeah. Yes. I know that the keeping up to try to be relevant. I'm like, can you just tell me where you're at? That would save me so much time and give me time to actually help you.
And I think they can, but they're not used to questions like that. So getting them to stop and be like, I need you to tell me not everything you're doing because I can't see it all. But for example, like I keep going back to the idea of the person who's congenitally blind. So like if you're talking to somebody who's congenitally blind and you're saying like, wow, that sunset is really beautiful. Okay, the person who's congenitally blind can appreciate it a lot better if you explain why. Right? Like just do something with what you're seeing and explain why it matters and in what ways. And if you start doing that, we can then ask follow-up questions. I don't think it will actually go that slowly if people understand why we're doing it.
Yes. Yeah, I did so well at jobs where like people explained why something matters.
Yeah.
So then I could know where to focus rather than going off of what word have they said the most.
Right.
Which
exactly.
I realize like it's very different for branding versus internal conversations that I'm not even seeing as a consultant.
Yes.
But then when I tried to like, also working at a massive company wasn't a good fit for me either, because then there were like, you know, when I'm trying to piecemeal stuff together, the puzzle is just too big, you know? So it needs to be like small enough that my roundabout way of piecing things together can actually amount to something. But also like, you know, I feel like a team environment would be a good fit that way versus like being this outside person trying to like keep tabs on stuff.
Yeah. Also,
And that's like regardless of whether it's full or part-time.
that's given me an idea. If people, I'm gonna try to test this out and remember to cue it. But like, let's say we do notice somebody saying something a lot, and I clock the same thing. I'm like, oh, that word's coming up a lot. And sometimes I end up doing research on the person to understand why they're saying the word. And then I find out, like, I basically shitty detective find out their life story because they gave me a tell about where they've been, because that word gets used a lot, right? But we could maybe stop people and say, like, hey, you're using the word blank over and over again, or you're saying this phrase. Why are you saying it so much? Like, why are you using that word? What does that mean to you? Not just what does it mean to you, but why are you saying this so often? And maybe they don't know.
Yeah, I have heard people pointing out, especially like coaches that I've worked with saying like, I noticed that you say blah, blah, blah a lot. Yeah, and then like asking me kind of where that's coming from and what it means to me. Yeah, and like I feel like your example, Blinkwave, of having a conversation with someone about like, you know, managing your days and like being able to vibe over that without the expectation that you're the same way. Oh my gosh, they just get me. Like, you can get someone without being the same as them.
Yes.
And
I
feel
know.
like
It's so nice because I'm also working on a group project with some friends. And I was like really over managing things for the first couple days of it. I shouldn't have been doing that. Like, Sensei could see that I was not doing so good, that I was worrying too much about it. So, like, she took me off leader position and rearranged things. It's better now.
I'm glad it's better. Yeah, like with leadership, it's especially tough. With like just, you know, different people expecting different things, and especially in school group projects, it's kind of this fake environment where a lot of people like just want the grade kind of thing.
Yeah.
Really,
I feel that.
Yeah.
This has been
so
my first group project, and like I think we're all really after not so much the grade as much as just getting it done.
Right. Yeah, like personally, you know, I think autistic people can be great leaders, but doing it with people who want to be there for the goal of a grade rather than the thing that's right in front of them is a very tough situation.
Yes.
And same with like massive corporations where, you know, there are all these fake goals like you were talking about before, Jane, and like, you know, all these different agendas. Like it's very tough to get people to move in that kind of environment.
You know?
And it's like a lot of people do it using like dishonesty or lack of transparency versus like people who just really want a specific thing to happen in the world.
Yeah.
I find that they're like more flexible.
I think that people who have non-autistic brains, I'm not going to say that everybody does this, but I think there's a lot of this, and we can't do it. They'll be like, okay, I want this goal, right? That's the destination. And they'll say, but I'll also settle for this. I'm like, but that's totally different than that. But in their mind, they're equivalent on a different hierarchy. There's some social hierarchy or some monetary hierarchy that they esteem them to be the same place on. So even though they're totally unrelated, they care about them being the same level of like social reward or esteem or whatever it is, right? There's some other category that they think they're at the same destination. That's a destination. So they're like, I want this destination or that destination. And an autistic person can look at it and be like, well, those don't exist in the same universe. Those are totally different things you're building. You can't build that from that. So we'll say that. And then you'll also get people saying like, oh, I want to get to this goal, but they'll also be happy getting 3/4 of the way to the goal, right? And to me, I'm already, that one I'm translating into, oh, I'd be happy 3/4 building the machine and then walking away. Why? like why not build something else that you can finish?
Gotcha.
I feel that. That's a vibe.
But
I guess
for a non-autistic person, I think they calculate all of those simultaneously and more. So if they get 3/4 of the way, that's still a prize. It's still equivalent. It's equivalent to having built something. Okay, let me start this over. So let's say they get 3/4 of the way, right? There's something else that is that same distance, because that's the metaphor they're using, that is the goal. So they can say, oh, that's as good as reaching that goal because I've gone the same distance. Which makes no sense to me because I don't think with that metaphor.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm trying to think like how I think about this, because I do have a lot of experiences where I'm like, I'll take X or Y, and also where I like give myself a pat on the back for getting 3/4 of the way to a goal. So I feel like I'm kind of on the other side of it, but at the same time, might or might not be like in the same way that you're talking about neurotypicals, because I feel like I clash with a lot of them as well, or just a lot of people in general.
You could celebrate how much you've learned, right? Like I could say like, oh, I didn't make it to the goal, but look at all the cool stuff I have. And then I pretty much immediately want to start building new stuff with the cool stuff that I have, that I realize that I have. If I realize something is impossible and I can never build it, that's usually when I stop. But they say that autistic people are very persistent. I think we stop when we believe something is truly impossible, and then we'll regroup and be like, well, what did I accumulate and learn while working on this? And then I immediately want to take that and put it somewhere else that I can actually finish building. So do you see what I'm saying? Where it's like, I do think we can celebrate a 3/4 of the way, but for us, it's like 3/4 built. But we still will be inclined to want to build things we can complete, because that would give us the most knowledge and insight if we've really, mastered something and then can, jump off. But if we know that that's impossible, then we want to, again, turn our attention to the next thing that we really can complete building.
I get that. That's why I love essays so much.
Right. Yeah, that tracks.
Interesting.
And that's why I'm an English major as well.
I wonder if it's like... Go ahead.
No, you go first.
Yeah, I wonder if it's my ADHD side that kind of like with that, like getting the final 20% of anything done is often, like tying up the loose ends is often harder than everything leading up to it. Because it's like leading up, it's like one little chunk of energy, I can do something. And then I can look back at my day and see, I guess I do, I might not feel distance in the same way as neurotypicals, but I do kind of feel, looking at something like my to-do list and what's been checked off, or my calendar and what I've done, or even just feeling in my body like, okay, I feel tired after doing stuff, as opposed to like today I felt tired even after laying in bed all day.
Right.
Like I can feel like, okay, I made some progress. Which, like, and in the kind of work I do as well, there is no, like, real, it's very incremental, so you can talk in terms of like building a lot. You could call it a lot of complete things, or you could call it never complete.
Right.
Whichever metaphor works better for you.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, it's like I do think a lot in terms of what's the minimum that would make other people happy. And I know that that's kind of like an other-driven way of living, that it's kind of like, okay, what's the minimum here that would keep people off my back?
Right.
And then with the energy that I have left, all right, now what's interesting? You know, I had this thought that I wrote down earlier that was really interesting. Now what can I do with that? Can I be inspired? Can I, you know, hyper focus, whatever?
It sounds
like I think
it just sounds like you're buying time to get your brain to be able to work the way it actually does.
But the thing is, I'm not buying enough time to have like just 3 months alone to figure something out.
Right.
Because like, yeah, that would require having like a very good lay of the land and doing things kind of like I don't know. I guess like it's just the whole idea of what is considered complete. Like that's kind of very hard to know in advance.
Oh yeah, you shouldn't try to know in advance, because you'll be wrong. Because when you're starting something, you know less than when you're finished. So you need enough space for it to breathe and to expand, you know, to the degree that it actually should take, which you can't know when you start.
Yeah, I guess because these last few years I've been finding all these new failure modes in the world and in my brain. I'm like, okay, like asking me to pick something I know I can do just feels like an impossible ask at this point, which is why I'm like, all right, what can I, you know, which of these gigs do I feel like I'm unlikely to lose the gig within 2 months?
Right.
Which I know is not that inspiring of a way to think. And like, hopefully, I feel like if I had more of a sense of confidence, like we were talking the other day about building objects and then them ending up broken.
Yeah.
Or like learning that they're broken, or like, learning some way or the other why something's like impossible. Which is why I'm just like trying to think in terms of more short term, okay, like how can I be helpful today?
Yep.
But which like is kind of an end in itself. But like the way a lot of people think long term is not that realistic anyway. But I guess I do share your frustration on some level, like of people who talk in terms of these massive goals rather than like what's step one gonna be, and can we talk really well about step one?
Yeah, and there's step. So I think what's interesting about this is like, okay, let's say you have something, I'm going to call it a structure that you want to build. You need to have the best blueprint you can possibly have before you start. Right? So if I'm like, it's like, or it's a creative exercise, in which case, why is there any pressure on us? You know what I mean? Like if we're just seeing what works and noodling around, then there can't be a deadline on that, because you're following the noodling. You're not following a blueprint. And so like what I see is that we have a pressure on us, and this I don't know how this extends throughout neurodiversity, but I can at least speak for how I think autism is. Okay, so we have a pressure on us where we need to make the right next action. I wouldn't even say step, because we're trying to build something, and if we pick the wrong thing to build, because there's multiple things you could grab to build, we may get stopped forever. So I have to pick the one that most likely will let me people continue to let me to build, because they otherwise will stop me. And this can be stopped by family, friends, teachers, coworkers, the IRS. You know, like the entire society is going to say, you're not supposed to be over there. We caught you. Get back in line. I'm like, I can't follow lines. I'm going to get lost and I'm going to get trampled, and people are going to kick me and hate me because I'm in their way, and I am in their way. So for me, it's like I would end up having this thing of, it's not quite regret or second guessing, but I would keep watching choices that I didn't make that other people might have made and been like, oh, maybe I should have picked that one, and I could have built more. I would have been allowed to build more. It would have bought me time and taken other things off of me that people are asking me for that I can't do, that they think are simple. Because if I had that ability, that thing that I'm saying is like sight, if I could see and I wasn't blind, yes, I could just hand them that wrench over there, but I cannot. So I need to be building something convincingly enough that people will allow me to continue to build it. And you know, and I also think this leads to us having to take on a persona of like a visionaire, or like the mad genius.
Yeah, I can relate a lot to that. And that just, like, I feel I can't be myself if I take on that kind of persona, because like I'm someone who asks a lot of questions and likes to get other people's perspectives. And like, so I've been trying alternatives, and I find like something in the tech world, which you know, the implementation is always far from perfect, but the intention is to set like aspirations for what you're going to get done within the next week to month as a team. And then you might pick who's going to do what already, or you might like see who's free as you go. And like with the expectation of unknowns are going to come up, and you'll deal with them when they come up. But at least you have this cadence of checking in. Like you check in every day about how things are going. You know, if someone's stuck and someone has bandwidth, they can help them out. And then you see like at the end of those, let's say it's 2 weeks, what got done, what didn't. And then you regroup and decide like how much to keep pursuing this thing versus going somewhere else. Which in a way, it takes away the expectation of like, make some massive bet right and people will think you're a genius.
Yeah.
Or, you know, make that same bet wrong and they'll, you know, think you should be bussing tables instead. Which is kind of the pressure that I feel with that visionary genius type of persona. But I know that the downside of this approach is like, you can still talk about big bets, but you also need to talk on the level of like step one, and you know, you will collectively evaluate what happened after step one and decide where to go next. And I guess depending on how similarly the people you're working with think about the topic, that might not.
Well, I think well, I finish your thought and then I'll jump in.
Like, it might not be the end of the world if your team isn't down for this exact approach to solving a problem because you made some decision, you know, not the best way. And then they try some other approach and, you know, see how it works. And, you know, maybe things go well and you get the end result you wanted anyway, or maybe they don't and you come back to it 2 months later. Or if like, it's like you have some idea about how things are that everyone else doesn't really believe very much, and you really, really need to make fast progress for them to believe in you. That's going to be an incredibly stressful situation, I feel like, regardless of the kind of timelines you're talking about.
Right.
So I think, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm probably gonna have to listen to that one again too, because that's, or maybe I might ask you some follow-up questions, because that's, you're talking from a realm that I haven't been in, so I want to make sure that I'm understanding like the dynamics that you're describing too. But
Sure.
yeah, I'll say one thing so I don't lose it, and then I want to ask some follow-up on that, or just if you can expand. But so the problem too is that, like, when people are saying, hey, this is our first step, right? And I want to just not use the step metaphor for reasons, but also to get to, like, what do I want to say instead? What are the behaviors of the people that we have, and what should you be interacting with given your sets of behaviors? Like, some of what goes wrong with anything is that, like, people aren't able to be honest about that. Like, this is they're giving false, like, local featural information about themselves. And if I know, so if I know, like, oh, you tend to behave like this, or you like to behave like this, and you hate behaving like that, this is very hard for you to behave like this, it's very easy for you to behave like that. If I know those sets of information, and then we have an idea of, like, okay, we're going to build that structure, we have some sort of a blueprint, or we have some sort of a creative vision or something, or a goal, quote unquote. We have a reason why we're doing this. Okay, cool. What could everybody here start doing right away that matches the behaviors that make sense for this particular individual to try to do?
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And that's one area where I feel like the approach of a one-pager of how you work best and what accommodations you need, like, I see that as only a starting point, because no one has perfect self-awareness,
right? And
also no one can predict how they're gonna respond to this new group of people and all these new external forces,
right?
So, like, that's another thing where that approach that I was talking about that tech companies use takes into account. So every week, couple weeks, whatever you want to do, people talk about what went well and where there's room for improvement, and then they work together to come up with solutions for the areas where there's improvement, and then assign those as action items to people. And sometimes it's just like something you can agree on right there. Sometimes a couple people might do a bit more thinking or research on it. So yeah, that's another piece there, which again, very few people do well. But it was something that, like, when I had the role of facilitating that at a past job, I was able to improve the ratio of, what people say they get done compared to what say they will get done or agree to compared to what they actually get done. I was able to improve that from 60 to 90% on a team by, like, breaking things down more and talking about where we might run into roadblocks.
Right.
And, like, how... So the thing is, when people think something's easy enough, they often miss a lot of the steps. And this is, like, regardless of neurology. But it's like a lot of... There's kind of this idealization of, like, people who can jump the most steps, who can think and talk the fastest. Yeah. But they're missing the most steps.
Right. They're missing, I think, and then in terms of, like, an autistic person, it's like, we need to have time to clarify. So let's say we're talking about one thing, right? And, like, maybe we haven't looked up and down levels of abstraction to really situate that one thing. Like, where does it really fall in other structures? Like, what if we think of it as a piece of another thing that we could then learn about, then we have to go up. And if it is has pieces that it's made out of, we have to go down and look at all the pieces. And if autistic people don't have enough time to do that, we can get caught up. And again, like I think for an autistic person, we'll be more likely to get caught up if it seems recursive. So we'll be like, oh, this is really important, even if I don't understand it. And that can get us into a kind of groupthink as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm chewing on that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna
seriously.
that's it.
Yeah, I guess I see that in a lot of circles where people parrot things.
Yeah.
Without, I don't know if they recognize whether there's a lot of stuff missing, even though there are a lot of autistic people in those circles. So, like, whether if we're not given that space, I guess what you were talking about with the place cells, like, I guess if we're not given enough space to kind of build metaphors for the grid around it, we might think the places are all there is.
Well, what will happen? So I don't think we ever really get a true sense of a grid. So what I think ends up happening is, like, the place cells that we can see, we will eventually start to think that we have enough of them mapped out. So it's possible that you just, like, have a model of reality that is just not true, like it's false. And maybe so it's a logic problem, right? So, like, maybe within your version of the universe that you believe you're in, everything's valid, all your arguments are fine, but the premise is not true. So that's what I think is happening. So the autistic person then and they can lock into, like, you know, an issue where, well, all these people around me keep saying these same premises are true, so that's recursive, therefore this is the universe I live in. So I think, like, this kind of brain is only as good as the input. Like, if you have input that's not true and you don't have any way to, like, investigate or do any sort of verification of its likelihood to be true or false, you're going to have problems. So, like, autistic people will outperform neurotypical people on abstract reasoning if we are taught abstract reasoning, right? So you have to actually teach people how to do this sort of, like, logical abstraction in order for them to perform as well as we possibly could, because the autistic person's brain is just going to say, I'm going to care about recursive details no matter what. And if we're unable to, like, check the veracity of those details, we're still just going to default to, okay, that's all there is. That's all there is for you. Like, that is your world. Yeah.
Right. That reminds me of there were multiple situations this year where I had seen, trends which seemed true. Yeah, because of how recursive they were in my world.
Yes.
And then one counterexample would just throw me off.
Yeah.
Because I'd have a very hard time trying to redraw the whole map.
Right.
And I don't know, like, I do get a sense that neurotypicals struggle as well. And, and I see a lot of people, regardless of neurology, just trying to fight that example as much as possible, find some other reason that example is an exception.
Yeah.
So they don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Versus I kind of do the opposite, where I'm like, that thing looks like a threat and I want to understand it as well as possible.
Yes.
And a lot of those, sometimes delving in to those kind of things a lot is just kind of gives me a sense that the world is like a scary place.
Yes. Yes.
Which is why I'd rather talk to someone else who has a better map and can tell me, like, so I saw this thing over here. Where do you put it in your map? Like, that can be a much more grounding experience for me than, well, guess I have to walk into the bad part of town now.
Right. Yeah.
I'll just regulate it already.
Yeah.
And have a meltdown there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think a couple thoughts of this too. And, like, some of this are thoughts I've already gone through in some other context. Some of this is a little bit new because it's nice hearing somebody else say some of this that I also feel. I think the world is genuinely very scary. And it's because I know that other people, the majority of people, are able to use this other way of thinking, this other mode of thinking that I can't. They can also use the mode of thinking that I do, but not to the degree that I do, so it's quite different in how it functions. So there's like some disconnect where I don't have insights into them and they don't have insights into me, but also they're less likely to have insights into groups of people. They're not good at it, because the whole thing is that like my group of people got it right, your group of people got it wrong. So most people in our civilization has spent their time arguing about which group of people has the correct map of reality. And I'm like, none of you are good at figuring that out. None of you are investigating who's better at figuring out if something is true or false, to even figure out if any of this is valid or sound. Like, it's valid according to our own logic, but is it valid according to the actuality of the universe? No, because they'll be in conflict, right? They'll be like, my thing and your thing can't both be valid. Okay, cool. But both of you have premises that you're not saying out loud that you need to prove the veracity of. And also now I need to know how you're so good at figuring out if things are true or false, and all of y'all fucking suck at it. I'm sorry, because I'm angry at this. I'm angry at it. This is creating so many problems. So I'm stuck in a species like that, and my brain doesn't behave like that due to a random, occurrence that we don't understand why we have. And they're terrifying. People are scary. I'm like, y'all are not doing what we need to be doing, especially at this level of sophistication that we've arrived at, because technology agrees with the universe we live in, or it would break.
Meaning like the made-up universe people came up with, or the actual universe?
Well, the technology agrees with the actual universe, or it breaks, right? Because like physics. So like technology, if we're convincing ourselves that the emperor has on new clothes, which we can do that with all kinds of things, right? But at a certain point, like if something is agreeing with the universe that we live in, the basic like anatomical reality of it, right? It will be able to last quite a bit longer than things that don't. And a lot of times that's why we have the metaphor of the emperor's new clothes, is like a lot of times something is already broken and people are running around like it's fine, that it actually worked. Like, I mean, what's that chick that got in all that trouble? Holmes.
Elizabeth Holmes?
Yeah, yes, that. It's saying that like this thing should be possible in the universe, therefore it is. And I'm like, how? Prove it. How do you know that should be true? How do you know it should be false, for that matter? Like, how good are you at estimating how true or false something is likely to actually be? Not in your social reality, but in reality. And a lot of times people will gang up in social realities and then just have enough people that you can basically threaten and torture other people to make it seem as if your version of reality is true, because now all these other people will say, oh yes it is, oh yes sir, or else you're going to ruin their psyche.
Right. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. And something that has made me especially sad recently, so I know like there are malicious people out there who mean to be malicious, and my solution there is just stay as far away from them as possible.
Correct.
Versus there are people who are just copying the way things are done.
Yes.
Or inaccurate maps.
Yes.
And it's like I'm seeing these other areas and trying to educate them while my understanding is still not perfect, especially when I'm trying to tell them that a scary area exists. Like I'll give one example. So there's this startup which the founder was talking about me working with them for months, and I was like clearing my schedule to tentatively make time for it, and then he'd like propose one working agreement, I'd give my comments on it, he'd ghost for weeks, then come back, we'd get on a call, and he'd want something completely different. And like there was a point, and like several points, where he said that he wanted to learn more about if the product could help neurodivergent people, and what kind of neurodivergent people. And one of these working agreements was for me to like do a test And I just knew that, that tiny amount of effort would not be able to give him the kind of value that he was looking for.
Yep.
And I made some comments on his Google Doc. I didn't have bandwidth to, because he'd pop up out of nowhere and be like, can you talk in 2 days? Which, like, is fine with someone who's willing to, like, go step by step with me, rather than, try and jump into some big thing without even, like, telling me. And then like, I was trying to, without doing a bunch of free labor, like, kind of signal areas where, so I was seeing I won't go down this tangent all the way, but yeah, like, it's a social network, and it has been attracting. I've been seeing some neurodivergent people, but the, like, ones who are in denial, rather than, the kind of conversations that we have here. And I've been seeing people who are on the platform just stay in that state. And then one day, to test it out, just after, like, this guy, decided against, everything we'd been talking about working together on, and then I become just another user. I was like, all right, I wonder what'll happen if I talk about neurodiversity on this platform now, because it, like, surfaces similar content. And it was, like, several denier posts, and that were, like, saying that people calling themselves neurodivergent is a bad thing, like that kind of thing.
Oh, great.
And one thing positive. And I saw that, and I know the potential impact of being in those kind of spaces, how that can take years off of people's lives, or worse.
Yes. Oh, yes.
And I have not been able to communicate that in a way that would land with him. I also don't have the bandwidth, like, this dynamic with him is part of what contributed to my burnout. It's one of many things. But now I feel like okay, I tried to communicate it in some ways, which clearly came off dramatic, and now I feel written off as an outlier. And I feel like I'm just seeing this thing, and this product is marketed to recent college grads as well, 20-somethings.
That's not good at all.
And it's just this oncoming train that I'm the only person who sees.
Yep.
But I don't have the words to convey it in a way that would land with him. And I'm just kind of praying that his startup fails at this point, so I don't have to.
Oh, I hope it will too. But, I mean, like, you know why it would fail? It's in disagreement with reality, right? And what he's asking is, on some level, for neurodivergent people to lie down and be the train tracks that run over our bodies while the train goes off the rails. That's not cool. So,
yeah,
like,
yes,
no,
and I
don't like it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not
and I would love, I would love to, like, warn him. Actually, maybe, I know this is, like, I don't owe this guy shit. I did go off on him on Twitter once during a meltdown, which I regret, but at the same time,
I understand, though. I get it. I would do that during a meltdown.
It is very hard because he wants to try, genuinely. And he said things like, I don't want you to do any work that you don't want to. I only want you to do, like, what you... And it's like, in theory, that's great. Yet, communicating whatever stuff that I do in my fun, special, interesty way to someone like him is always gonna be work. Right. But if he wants neurodivergent people using his product, and if they're gravitating towards it without him even trying, he needs to work with someone like me at some point. Honestly, it's probably better if it's not me. It's probably better if it's someone who, has more, maybe like a performance background like you. I wouldn't put this on you, but I'm just saying. I would love for him to hire someone with my kind of knowledge who is not in autistic burnout.
Well, I wanted to read something to you because I think this will be relevant, and this is something I need to do today on DaVinci, because I did that battle where the guy brought up suicide, right? And this is going to go on the internet because the guy really wants it to go on the internet. Okay, so whatever. So I'm like,
excuse me?
Oh yeah. You gotta
Before
go?
you get into that stuff, could you at least wait till 2:30 when I'm off stream? I don't want to hear
Oh,
about that.
yeah. No, that's fine.
Yeah.
There's a couple more minutes. Yeah, when I talk about it, it's just gonna be stats. So like, yeah, but I'll read it later. It's a basically, I'll read it later, but there's a statement that I'm going to have them put onto the video at the end of the video, so that I'm
Cool.
not
Yeah,
letting it
Like,
go up
I
without
do
it.
support what you're doing.
Thank you,
I
thank you.
just,
Yeah, no, totally
like,
get it.
don't want to. I'm already going to see a very harsh, like, Saving Private Ryan. That's going to be a lot for me. I just do not want
Totally get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
Yeah,
pause on that.
I hear you.
But
Like I'll sorry, go ahead.
oh yeah, well, actually, you say what you're gonna say, and then I'll move it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you're saying that this kind of thing, because, like, since this is a mess I've gotten myself into now, and it just keeps popping into my brain, I do feel like if, hearing about suicide this time helps me, move towards closure in that situation. Because that guy has sent me an email that I haven't read yet. But I know, like, what I'm going to have to do is find some way to communicate this kind of stuff to him. So
Yes.
I'm willing to, like, try exposing myself, but I might drop off the stream at any moment.
Yep.
Just
It's gonna be less intense. So I'll say a hopeful thing. So because I brought up that topic, so we need just totally different tools for autistic people than what exists, and there is really good research that's starting right now. And I was very encouraged because when I was preparing for this statement, I got to listen to a lot of really good Zoom conferences, and there were a lot of autistic women working on this as well who have professional degrees in a variety of fields and personal experience, and as well as autistic men with personal experience working in this. So it's also really nice that the researchers, and they're a mixed variety of age, I've seen a variety of backgrounds, who are all working on this now. So I'm really optimistic, and they have a program for 2030 to dramatically change our life expectancy and our life outcomes and our quality of life. So
my gosh.
yeah.
Wow, that is
Nice.
amazing. And love to learn more about that, because I do have the reason why suicide is such a triggering topic for me is because no, just not gonna go there. Sorry, until Blue Wave is off.
But
Yeah,
it's understandable.
Sorry about holding you guys up from the
No,
important discussion.
not at all.
No.
This is exactly the way to do it. I love it.
Yeah. No,
And that way, like, other people who might be uncomfortable with it, they might.
Oh, absolutely.
They have a buffer too.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
It is
like,
a tough situation. Go ahead.
yeah.
But I guess the reason I bring it up is, like, we're trying to get across to people that the stakes are very high for autistic people and neurodivergent people in general. But, like, I can speak to autistic people. What we need a way better quality of life, and we need people to be on our side, not because we're tragic, but because this is preventable.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. That is very need people to be on our side.
100%.
Yeah, we're tragic. Yeah, this is something that I've been trying to get people to understand about burnout as well. Kind of like, shift the topic a little bit away from.
Yeah, let's do
that
burnout.
Woo! But because it's preventable. Yeah. Like, I feel like, reflecting on my journey going to, like, state, I kind of can identify when I was in stage 1 of burnout. If I'm using a model that has 5 stages. That was, like, around June, probably, possibly May. And then now I'm, like, around level 3, at risk of getting to level 4, which, like, that's the point where it becomes really debilitating. Well, I mean, it already is, but, like, to the point where it's already hard even to just do self-care, but it's like, I'm, like, I feel like if I get to level 4, I might be, like, really just worried about whether I even have the ability to get out of it myself.
Yes.
And, like, it's on the one hand, there's like the dilemma of how to even talk about these things.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of like, I've talked to 2 different autism coaches, and one of them especially was, you know, talking about the worst case scenario dangers of even things like meltdowns, and how he thinks that everyone should be educated on that to, you know, avoid those worst case scenarios for people getting hurt.
Yes.
On the flip side, though, then it's like, where does that put someone like me who 99.99% is gonna be okay in a few months, like, likelihood, and like needs work and a team environment and not to be hustling all the time? And I don't want to scare people off, and I don't want to, you know, but it's like I want people to understand that I've been just in a system where I needed, and where, you know, trying to get, let's say, like 1 unit of support has drained me 2 units because on my walk to the support place there was a hole in the road that I didn't know about.
Yes.
And that's just been happening recurringly this year. Like, I've been exploring a lot of new spaces because I kind of exhausted a lot of the support I could find in the Midwest for the intersection of my career goals and how my brain works. And I felt I had to venture out, which is really hard to do alone as an autistic person. Like, I started with friends, and then like we kind of went on different paths, you know, like we're still close, but it's more like, so how was your day, rather than like, let's go to this thing together. And I've been reflecting just on like how much more draining even going to a networking event alone versus with someone is. And like, now I know these kind of things, and I want to be able to communicate, like, I'll go to this thing if you go. If you give me a maybe, I'm not gonna go there and see if you show up an hour in. Like, if you're not going, I don't have the bandwidth to go. Like, to communicate those practical things, I feel like for me is even more important than like I don't know. It's like, yeah, I feel like the preventable aspect and the, whether it's at the high level, you know, like cautionary tales, or even at the granular, like, I was doing better last week than this week because this and this happened. You know, like, I feel like that often gets lost in the narratives of these statistics. And worst case or best case scenario.
And also to get to, oh, go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Excuse me. I'm gonna like head out now. Jane, would you mind giving me a shout out on the stream?
Yeah, of course.
And thanks for having me. I hope like next time I come on by, either if it's a Housekeep-a-thon or something else, we could get into a more in-depth discussion of stuff.
Let's do it. I'm so glad you came.
Thanks.
Great meeting you, Blinkwave, and I would love to hear some of your rap.
Well, I have a song out now. Jane, you mind also posting that to the stream?
Yes, I will do that too.
Cool. So yeah, those are the 2 main things. Me and Jane have a song out. You guys should check it out. And I'm gonna be streaming for the week I'm back till 7 days from today, because it's my Thanksgiving break. So any of y'all feel free to say hi. Sorry I wasn't so talkative here. I just the topic felt too deep. I couldn't really add into it.
No, you're okay. You're also
yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah, you're
go
also
ahead,
you know, your Blinkwave is younger than us, and like, I think it's really cool that you like came in and like worked through the topic, even listening and engaging with it, because like ultimately all of this is to support like your generation and then the next generation and the next generation. So these conversations are hard now so that things can be easier when you reach my age than it was for me.
Yeah.
And I was gonna say the opposite of like, I'm sorry for like dominating.
No, you're fine. like, you had very important things to say. I probably would have just ended up talking more about what I've been up to, and I can always do more of that with
great,
Jane
though.
on another stream.
Yeah, it's always like yeah, when anytime you got multiple people in a room, it becomes this everyone kind of being in a different headspace kind of thing.
Yeah,
But
I know.
yeah, love to see you on more of these and get to know more about what you've been up to as well.
Yeah, I'll try my best, but got busy plans for the break,
Oh, no
both
pressure.
doing my own streams and
Yeah, I'm gonna catch your streams.
seeing lots of movies.
Woo.
And then college will keep me busy till around December 20th.
Great. Okay, we'll see you more at the end of December too. So hopefully college
Yeah.
is gonna go awesome now.
Hopefully. But yeah.
Cross the fingers for you.
Aw, thanks. But yeah, I'll let you guys get to your other important topics and hopefully talk to all of you guys relatively soon. Jane probably sooner than everybody else due to her streaming more often than you guys.
Yeah.
So yeah, bye.
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 All right. Okay, where were we?
Yeah, we're talking about stuff being preventable.
I just want to
It's
go back in the
last I
VOD.
remember.
Can I watch my own VOD really quick? Wait, I might actually do that. 1 second. How can I do that so no one can hear it? Let's see. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna do it on my phone. That's what I'm gonna do. I was like, oh man, I really don't want to lose what I was saying. So, okay, technical difficulties. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go listen to my VOD quietly. Okay, so all right, what it is. So let's say we're trying to get support, right? The problem that we have right now, which is going to be, I mean, if there is any textbook definition of ableism, maybe this would be it. The problem we're having is they're like, okay, in order to get this support, you need to be able to have global configurational reasoning. Good luck. Like, it's basically like, in order to get the support person who's congenitally blind, you need to paint the sunset for us first. And it's so natural for everybody to do that, that they say, you don't really want the support after all. You're not doing, you're not, you're not eliminating magically the impairment that you have developmentally that will never go away and can't go away because your whole brain developed around something else, and that's why you need support. So right now, the way to get to support and prove that you're serious about it is to not have autism, to not have a neurodevelopmental disability.
Yeah, that's why I've been focusing more on like what grassroots support systems can we build ourselves.
Yeah.
Or like, yeah.
Like, how do we streamline support so it's not going through this belief that if you really want support, you'll do these steps. If you really want support, you'll go through this thing where you'll be falling into endless potholes because you can't see where you're going. So yes, I want the support. Yeah. No, I still cannot do that. Why does this make any sense for all support to be after you do this set of things that I'm disabled at? It makes no sense. And I think that's actually our dynamic.
Yes. Yeah, and I see that both in formal, like legal support systems,
yep,
as well as even the kind of dynamics for support. And I feel like in some ways it's gotten harder recently. Like in some ways, I mean, like the internet makes it easier to have spaces like this.
Mm-hmm.
But I've also seen there's less of a dynamic of people just being aware if someone's struggling, like, because people don't know what their neighbors are up to anymore. And there was a point made earlier on the stream, I don't remember exactly what it was, but I had a response about the algorithms to tell us who's talking about the thing we want to talk about.
Yeah.
So like I find it really exhausting in general, but especially when I'm in burnout, like messaging, and a lot of one-on-ones, and especially the start of a messaging interaction. Like once we get to a certain flow, I'm kind of good, but like up until that, especially, it's like the conveying why I want to talk, but only if you're down.
Yep.
But like, here's the context of what's going on in my life about that, but in a way that's not like a novel, because they didn't consent to reading a novel.
Right.
That is so hard for me.
Yep.
To do with a bunch of separate people, and then they'll respond and be like, Tara, I haven't heard from you in forever. I've been doing this other thing, and I'd love to get your thoughts on it. And I'm like, versus like, I might be down for it, but I don't want to have to go through that pipeline to get the equivalent of this chat, like this space.
Yeah.
And I like spaces like this are so helpful for like you can just come as you are, and not have to initiate anything, because that is so hard.
Yeah.
For like with autistic burnout.
Yes. And like, I mean, I think that's just kind of a universal, and it's like you meet someone new and right off the jump we won't do turn taking correctly, or they'll ask me something and then I talk for so long that something else has now happened and I can't ask them about themselves. So then it's right, because we're not keeping track, because you have to think, like, we're not keeping track of any of this, right? So we'll be like, okay, I'll answer this question, and then I know I'm going to ask them about themselves, but then other people are still doing shit around us, and then we lose our opportunity to try to show reciprocity. And then, you know what I mean? I mean, so it's like, we can sit down and analyze this to death, but we can never see it all happening. So at some point we need people to know what this is. Like, at some point we need people to just know, oh, I have autism. That doesn't mean I'm socially awkward. It doesn't mean I'm missing social cues. It means I'm not seeing information that a non-autistic person sees all the time. And those pieces of information are how you're making social decisions, so I don't get to make those decisions. So if you need me to make a decision that I can't fucking see, please tell me, for the love of God. like I can't see it. So then when we're having to interact with that many people, it's not leading with this thing of like, you have to make a good first impression, when it's like, but why? I'm not, again, it's like, you have to not be autistic before you can do the things that matter.
Yeah, that's something that contributed to my burnout this year, is like how many of these first impression conversations I've had. And also because I used to be able to get a client that I could do enough work where they could be my only client.
Yep.
After 1 or 2 conversations. Versus now it's like, I don't know, there's kind of this hump where like first conversations. So now, like, at this stage of burnout, they're hard for me because like I'm so, you know, backlogged with overstimulation that like eye contact drains me faster and things like that.
Right.
Which I usually like you know, a first conversation, there's like kind of less expectation and it's okay to more flow, I feel like. And I try, you know, like to take notes and write down like 2 or 3 things about them that I want to try to get to.
Yeah.
Which is usually enough reciprocity.
Yes.
But like for, you know, in a work situation, the conversations after, if it drags on to like 3, 4, 5 conversations before signing a working agreement, I feel like until we sign the working agreement, there's no place to have a conversation of, oh, by the way, this next conversation we have, it'll be 5 times easier for me if we do it this way versus this way.
Right.
And it's like all of that, you know, it's like usually we signal it kind of non-verbally. So I've like drawn up agendas and some people stick to them, and people like this founder I was telling you about come with something else they want to talk to about. And I'm like, I put 3 hours into this agenda.
Yes. Right.
And it's like, not that making agendas is easy for me either. I just know that I'm the one who'll end up, quote unquote, looking bad if it doesn't happen.
Right.
Like,
right.
I would be equally happy if he made an agenda.
Yes.
But anyway, yeah, like there's that aspect, and then there's also the aspect of what was I gonna say? Like, so it's even harder to be reciprocal when we need support or we've been denied it for a long time.
Yeah.
Like, for example, yesterday my friend invited me to this open mic. Another friend was hosting. Like, this was like some of the people I knew pretty well, but hadn't talked to in a long time. And then like right off the bat, people started talking about grief and having a rough year. And I'm like, and then one of my friends had said like that he just had a breakup, and someone brought up the possibility of doing shit shares in addition to it being an open mic. And then
yeah,
this other friend was like, I just had a breakup and I'd really like to do it, and like maybe we can do, he said, group therapy, like meaning it jokingly, like since this is a stream, therapy actually takes training, so don't try to do this at home. I've tried. I'm in autistic burnout, so autistic people especially don't try this at home.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're doing shit shares, and like I just felt like, oh my gosh, this place to like tell my story about, you know, just this shit year I've had, kind of not in like piecemeal, where I feel like, yeah, then I forget what the wording you used was, but something like the alternative instead of preventable, you know, like that people might just see us as like, you know,
tragic.
Tragic, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, like when I am only able to give people one concise reason for why I'm now suddenly like having a hard time following a conversation and making sentences and spazzing. Like I feel like they don't say it explicitly, but I'm wondering, are they thinking, oh, that's all it takes? Like, my parents have been telling me to do something easier work-wise.
Right.
Well, I'm like, I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere with these objects I'm building.
Yes.
And there were gaps in my map that I didn't have, but I don't want to throw them away.
Mhm.
Like, you know, I don't want to just go far enough down the path to get hurt and then stop.
Yes.
You know, before things get better.
Right. Right.
But like, yeah, just having that opportunity. So I asked if I could do a shit share and a creative share, because the host had said either. And then I just like went on for a long time, I guess, with my shit share. And it just felt so good, like having space to share, and like a lot of my experiences in the past had been just being dismissed or being told this doesn't belong here, talk to an autism specialist, when it was about like my career or like culture shock in a new city. Just you know, I mentioned autism once, and then but yeah, that was like, I was like in that space, and not like, and then I didn't realize like this friend never got to do his shit share about his breakup, and I felt so bad because the shit sharing had kind of been his idea, but I was not the moderator of that call. And like, also she, like, you know, both me and her shared multiple songs, and like we love sharing our music, and it's like, you know, the moment I said, oh, like, she at one point was like, I can just keep doing more if no one else wants to share. And I guess like, like all this subtle signaling happens unintentionally. And I didn't realize until like today that he hadn't gotten to do his shit share, which, like, I mean, he could have still done it if he wanted to, but I feel like he was just, I don't know.
He's probably already
you know,
thinking about
maybe.
social information that he thought you were giving or that other people were giving that you weren't paying attention to, which we don't get to think about. So it's like, I can understand that, but also if people don't tell us, then yeah, we're not gonna know. Like, how would we know? Like, we'd have no track record of knowing that.
Yeah, it's like what I was, you know, even more than that, trying to get at was like that, yeah, me in this deprived state is different from like me before trying to walk down this path to getting support with all these potholes.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I might have been able to make that share more concise back then before like accumulating a bunch of trauma about being misunderstood when I shared about that thing and just feeling so like,
it's kind of endless, you know, like it is like a gauntlet, and I don't think we should have to be like, oh, have an easier life. Like, there is no easier life. That's a fallacy for us, because it's just saying like, go to a place where your disability won't be a problem. I'm like, that just doesn't exist, and we have to make it so our disability isn't a problem in the world we actually live in somehow.
Yes. I hear that a lot. And it's like, there are people who sometimes mention, you know, like, being in autistic spaces like this is absolutely helpful. But one thing that worries me is when people spread the impression that autistic people are better spending all their time around autistic people. Or, you know, even having like a separate city. It's like, but okay, how do you pursue your special interests then?
Right. We need places that I think are good for us to be at, that we need additional places. It's not that we need, you know, less places. We need an additional place. You know what I mean? Like yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
and that's another thing, like, I know I'm not the best at strategizing about how to communicate these things anyway, so this conversation might be in vain. But yeah, let's just say I worry about a lot of the ways people can like take it the wrong way. And it's so another thing that came up, and this is kind of relevant to me because one of these prospects is facilitation for better team collaboration and just how like they can interact with each other better at the startup.
Okay.
Where the founder is multiply neurodivergent.
Okay.
And no one else is, at least out diagnosed with anything.
Mhm.
And what was I gonna say? Yeah, so I've been thinking about like I would do it incrementally, and I have a pretty good sense of where I'd start there, and at the very least, like everyone has bought into working at a company that explicitly wants to be neuro-inclusive.
Yep.
So I wouldn't have to worry about the kind of drip campaigning that I might in other situations.
Mhm.
But like I was thinking about with this other founder of this social startup, for example, like I was debating whether to just tell him like, you're not prepared to serve neurodivergent people. It would take all of this work, maybe just stop trying to advertise to them.
Yes.
But then I realized that the way that while that would only be like half the solution, because at this point, like the kind of demographics that he is going for, I do think just include a disproportionate number of neurodivergent people.
Yeah.
So I feel like that would take like a 2-part solution.
Yeah.
And I also don't, want to signal, especially to someone like a young, impressionable founder, that neurodivergent people are like these impossible to please,
Right.
try to be nice and get punched in the face.
No, right.
type
Yeah.
demographic.
Yeah.
But
No,
it's like,
well, if people
I
don't,
need more.
go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, he made it this maze to get an opportunity to talk to him.
Right. Yeah. So you can interrupt sooner either if there's issues. Yeah. I think the problem is that like, so neurodivergent conditions are not very well understood. I mean, there's aspects of them that are. I'm not going to knock everybody who's contributing to that. There's a lot of people who are making contributions in a lot of different ways. However, overall, no, it is not understood. So when you run in and you say like, hey, here's this group of people that are desperate for solutions, let me just give them that, and you don't have the solution, there's a reason why we're desperate for solutions, and it's not to be dramatic. Yeah. We're fucked. So if you don't understand how absolutely fucked we are, then, and you're just like, this is a nice thing to do, to put a feather in your nice thing to do cap, it's not a nice thing to do. I'm not here to make people feel like good people. That's not why I have a disability. I have a disability because I have a disability, because they exist. The end. Like, so you have to deal with that. I'm not going to be able to make sure, I'm not going to be able to babysit somebody's feeling of if they are a good or bad person, or if they've tried hard enough or not. I can't do that.
Yeah, and I have been thinking just like, okay, what are, simple things we can do to make things more neuro-inclusive? And I mean, like,
yeah,
I do have the ability to prioritize, like, step or whatever you want to, call it. Like, okay, do this. This is more important than this. This is more potentially this is more risky than this. It needs to be addressed sooner, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I do think, like, I'm coming more to the opinion now that, I used to be more excited whenever anyone wanted to talk about neurodiversity. And it's like, can we make these things that are already happening also neuro-inclusive, and not just have solutions coming from, you know, the neurodivergent world. But I do feel there's a level of either give it at least, you know, the minimum time and energy to do something thoughtfully, or don't bother.
Yes, exactly. It's an imposition. That's why. So it's like, you know, as an example, so I have a partner, right? So I have a relationship. So with my partner, it matters to me if we're having some sort of interaction that's not successful, and that, you know, my partner is going to try to understand it, even though autism is really difficult to understand, because we have an agreement that we want to invest in things together. There's already something there. But if I'm just walking down the damn street and somebody's like being like, I happen to be selling this, I want to sell it to you, I was just minding my own business, right? So if they're saying like, I'm going to, and they could potentially take all the attention away from people who are working directly with neurodivergent people on purpose because they've established a relationship with us.
Hi, I wanted to jump in.
Yay!
The way that people are wanting to talk about neurodivergence, they're attempting to map the way that LGBTQ plus things get talked about and discussed, right? So they have this model of saying like, okay, gay people have figured out what they need from us and society, and we just need to give them space for once. And this is not what it's like for neurodivergent people. We don't know what we need. We need scientists, doctors, researching this stuff, designing it, building it, giving it to us, right? It's completely different. But our society's trying to use this model of like groups that have been, you know, marginalized groups, right? And yes, we are a marginalized group as disabled people, but that's not it. We're not just a marginalized group.
Right. And then you get this weird notion that like how we're treated creates our disability, and if we were treated differently, then we would no longer be disabled, which is absurd. Like, because it is physically in our brain. You can't, and people will even say goofy things about brain plasticity that are borderline magic. And it's like, no, that'd be like saying if we treat a person who is congenitally born without arms differently, they'll have arms. It's like, no.
Right. And so these people are saying we want to help neurodivergent people in that sort of context. Like they already aren't good at helping LGBTQ plus people in that same context, right? They're really just doing this shallow thing that is more helpful for that group of people because they have less layers of problems going on. But when it comes to people, neurodivergent people, this is a vast array of physiological issues in brains that need to be researched and addressed in ways that we do not yet know how to do. And it's just like, to even approach giving us the space we need, you need to learn, right? Basic, just learn. And that's a lot for most people.
Right. It's like my biggest problem isn't stigmatization. It really isn't. Like if people stop stigmatizing everything about disability and had a perfect mindset about it, and I just have a normal day, I'm still going to be disabled during my day. It's not. It's like it's almost gross because it's like the Emperor's New Clothes thing where they're like, well, if we just imagine that autism isn't a problem for you because our society is so powerful. Social reality is so powerful. Well, just imagine a social reality where you don't have any problems. You're welcome. We fixed your problems. Like, no, I have a physiological problem. You can't fix it that way. And also, I can't see social reality like you do anyway. So that you're trying to solve my disability with the thing that I'm disabled at, imposing it on top of me, and then telling me that I should be grateful.
Right, and then it's like, to go back to the analogy, it's like we're going to help your congenital blindness by painting murals on all the walls of our society.
Right. About congenital blindness. About how wonderful congenitally blind people are.
I've seen stuff like that. I actually worked with a startup developing assistive tech for the blind, which was completely an ego project for the founder, who gaslit me about autism and was the first person who I worked with who it had just come up with But anyway, I won't go on that tangent. I was gonna say something. Oh yeah. So I've heard that narrative about the social model of like we just need space, and we'll find our tribe with our special interests, especially in Bay Area groups. So I have a friend who was like the two of us started talking about it a little bit, and then she started a conversation on Twitter, which was pretty eye-opening. So I have seen some unique dynamics on West Coast groups that I haven't seen like elsewhere. I would say like percentage wise of my interactions, Seattle's been an even worse offender. But so these trends that I've seen are on the or I'll try to put like a cause and effect possibility type flow as opposed to like the flow that I learned about them. So this thing that came up in a lot of these this tweet thread was about people like rather than really understanding neurodiversity the way you're talking about, saying things like I'm neurodivergent and using it like as an excuse to not do work in ways that like were and now this I know there are people who will exploit any movement, and there are also situations where people do actually need something and people deny that because they don't understand why they need it. So I don't know how much of that is which. I do know that there are like people who've been exploiting other systems at the kind of companies that some of like in the sphere that these people from the circle have been in. But something that came up a lot kind of in response to that was people saying that they don't like the word neurodivergent because they don't think it's specific enough to be meaningful to them, and it doesn't really convey like the specifics of what people need. But that goes back to a past conversation that we had, Jane, on one of these streams where you said that for trust, like people can never reach 100% understanding.
Yep.
And at some point they just need to kind of take your word for it.
Yeah.
And I feel like there's kind of like a middle ground there where like you were saying, if people can understand that someone's missing an arm, and that could help them understand why they need these 10 different accommodations. But at the same time, like sometimes when something is so misunderstood, like because I don't fit the autism stereotype, like I usually say neurodivergent or sometimes ADHD and autistic, either for activism reasons or as a last resort, just
Right.
because I don't have the bandwidth to clear up the misunderstandings and create a new map for them repeatedly.
Yeah.
And so I don't know how much of that understanding that they want is because they're actually stumped at how to help people. Like, maybe they're not getting enough information about the accommodations people want. Like, maybe they're perceiving them as bigger than they need to be. Like maybe someone actually needs an accommodation in one situation and they over extrapolate it to 10 different situations.
Yes, exactly.
And
exactly.
I don't know how often it's that versus how often they're just entitled and wanting to understand the world more than any one person can.
Right.
Which is a belief that a way of living, which I see on the West Coast a lot, versus on the Midwest, I see more acceptance that everyone has a tiny little map and more like sharing between them without as much like I don't see as much sharing between them just because it's not as much of a networking city. But in the networking spaces that do exist, I see less of this qualifying of, well, who are you before I answer your question. Like there was one time, I feel pretty drained answering what do you do for 10 different people in a row. Just because that's a lot of like convergent thinking. And so I walked into, a conversation that was already happening, which is pretty socially acceptable in the Bay Area tech scene, and asked a follow-up question. And one of the people just asked me, what do you do? Like basically saying that he's not going to answer my question until he like knows what I do, which I mean, that could potentially be like, okay, well, to determine which answer to give me, but I felt like in his situation, it was like to determine how much effort to invest in me. But anyway, sorry, that was a whole tangent. But anyway, like downstream of this, misunderstanding of neurodiversity, I see some hate speech or like stuff that's like borderline hate speech, kind of blaming the high prevalence of neurodivergent people in the Bay Area for a lot of problems, like why we can't trust anyone and why technology is built in dangerous ways, when I think that the kind of reasons like you were talking about and just our way of working and not sharing maps, not sharing intentions is a lot more to blame. But yeah, like I've seen a lot of that, and then I see people who are neurodivergent just kind of moving away from neurodivergent, autistic, ADHD, etc. circles, and like saying they found their tribe through special interests. And I question, like, okay, in what situations does that work? How, like, now if these special interest circles are just very accommodating by default, that's great. But my experience in the Bay Area coming in as a Midwesterner has been that they're more open-minded in general to just being unconventional, and like less judgmental about it. Like with the LGBTQ plus, like you can be like a lot more open. But what I don't see is high accommodation by default. Like, some of the challenges that you were talking about with autism, Jane, just like, getting home from an event, for example, are things that I feel when I'm in the Bay that I don't feel in Chicago. Like, on average, the infrastructure is better in Chicago. People are looking out for each other more. People at events are more conscientious, and, someone else is more likely to make sure the reciprocity happens. So, it's not on me or it doesn't happen. Versus like going anywhere alone, getting to and from there, and getting through the thing is like 3 times more cognitive load to me in the Bay Area than Chicago. Like with how fast people talk, and with the like open-mindedness is great, but then when there's not discussion of how we're different and how people talking really fast and farming each other for information can be really draining for some people. And how insisting that I keep going on with my introduction when the waiter is putting food down and they still got more food to put down, like what that does to me. In Chicago, people don't ask that I do that. So it's like people are kind of choosing this approach of, just pursue, building your objects, and then you don't have to worry about neurodiversity in yourself or anyone else. Which, while it sounds great in theory, I feel like it works for people who are privileged enough to throw money at all their problems. So they never have to deal with the level of drain and, decision making about basic things. Do I want to meet this basic need or this one?
Right.
That we have to.
And we're also, we have okay, so when I was looking into the stuff on ideation, I was bringing that up in chat too. we have legitimate unmet needs, and they're so unmet that we've never had them met, so we don't even know. And we have, you know, we have our own versions of what we would call alexithymia, where we're not able to clock what's going on with us in the same way. I have my arguments as to why that is, but let's just take that as part of why that's a problem. But the issue is that, like, when an autistic person is going through this system as it is right now, like how people interact, how you get to resources, we cannot get to them. People don't understand that we've never had them, and we don't even understand what we're missing. Like, one of the things I wish I could have done all my life is I just want to watch people's lives. I just want to, like a weirdo. But you know what I mean? I was like, what the fuck do you do in a day? So then I know exactly how disabled I am, because I don't even know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a baseline where I can understand what's actually supposed to normally happen during a person's day. I don't know. And so, like, you know, there's that issue. And a lot of times, you're saying back there, like, are people just trying to be, you know, basically, like, stuck up and thinking that they can solve all these issues, like stuck on their own, you know, sense of importance? Or are they, you know, making these inferences about us for some other reason? And I think a lot of it is like, they're like, oh, I don't understand your disability because I'm going to see this one part of your disability that I can perceive that makes sense to me as I think, you know, probably globally configurationally, right? And then I'm going to use the logic of my non-disabled brain and go where my non-disabled brain goes with it and pretend your brain could ever go there. And that's how I'm going to make plans for you. And, you know, so that's the assistance that we get, instead of us getting to say, like, here are the parts we're actually missing. I was saying on my story, I was using this metaphor of a cake, which I like to use, but I was using it in this new way and it worked pretty well. People got what I was saying, where it's like, okay, I don't have all the ingredients for the cake, right? So I'm missing the crucial ingredient. I have all the other ingredients, because us without the other impairments are at the highest risk of these ideations and death. Okay, so this is not protective. It's protective in neurotypical people. It is the inverse in us. Why is that? So I've got this cake mix, you know, everything for it, all the ingredients except the flour, and I can never get the flour. I've never had the flour, and you're asking me to bake this as if it was a cake and enter it into the cake competition. When I'm like, why can't we just take the ingredients apart? Stop trying to make me make a goddamn cake. I got eggs, I'll make you scrambled eggs. I've got sugar, I'll make you lollipops. Why can't I make things out of the ingredients my brain has? Especially taking this a step further, our ingredients, we have a surplus of it. We have extra, because these parts of our brains had to take over for the part we don't have. So when people, you see what I'm saying? So we're getting set up to have this antagonistic relationship because people are expecting us to be able to create something that we can't because we're missing an ingredient. And that's actually how human cognition works. It's closer to a mix that without one of those ingredients, it just will never cohere. It can't be that. But we have things that if you allow us to separate them, which sometimes people do use this other region of their brains that we may rely on a lot, and we do well in those areas. But instead of just saying you only get to do things that we've already invented that rely on that, why don't you do it the other way around? Figure out what we're actually able to do, and then let us invent new things we can do in society.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I didn't realize that with the ideation it's worse for people who aren't disabled in other ways. That, like, I'll believe you, obviously. But I feel like that goes like what I've seen, you know, in my little corner of the world has been kind of a counterexample. I mean, like, you know, I think it depends what other kinds of disabilities. Like, with certain kinds of disabilities, people are just never expected to exist in certain systems, and are like maybe told, like given more freedom to spend time around quote unquote their people, like, whatever special interests, without the pressure to do things like work. But with other combinations, like for example, autism plus ADHD, which like I didn't know that I had, something in that realm until this summer. And like I'm seeing friends in that realm running into like the jumping through hoops to get support, and the support that's available, that system is based on bad understandings of individual conditions.
Yeah.
And then when you have a combination, like it's like you gotta jump through those same hoops with this combination of, multiple ingredients missing, but you might have like different surpluses. And then to get to a point where like it doesn't even solve the whole problem, or, it might even make things worse, which is the case, just for any autistic people. Like there are a lot of solutions out there that make things worse. But that's like, I was talking to someone recently who's autistic and thinks they might have ADHD, but doesn't have time to learn about ADHD because it takes up too much time learning about autism. And it's like, I see a lot of people in that kind of situation, either just kind of like, healthcare taking over their life,
right,
or just like being very stuck, or ending up in these denier type spheres of like, if they can find special interest groups where people will meet them more than halfway, so they don't have to understand themselves at that level, then good for them, but that's a privilege. And it also might not last, and then what happens?
Right. And that, yep. Hold on. I'm just, hold on one second, I'm so sorry. I'm just like trying to make sure I'm gonna pass on some of the lectures I was watching. That's not it. That's about a coat hanger. Okay, let's see here. The thing too is like, so let's say we try to assist people right now. We don't have the research. So us individually researching one at a time is not going to be as efficient as somehow getting, national organizations, or I would say honestly like our governments involved to support these efforts. Because right now the way it is that like if you have enough money to throw at it, then you're good. But it feels like we're just basically, you're born with a tax levied on your head for being disabled. And you know what I mean? And most people cannot pay that. So that means that they're just permanently in a sort of debt, and they can't pay off that debt. But they're not only, they're in debt for shit they don't need and can't use.
Yes. Yeah, and like how expensive it is both in money and time to try out accommodations and see what works. Even. Like, I feel like for me, like the time was, what put me into autistic burnout, just like trying a bunch of things that didn't work and jumping to hoops to get to those things.
Yeah, Black Superman says it's been 5 years since I was diagnosed and still trying to understand my autism. Yeah, most of the progress I've made in understanding mine was because I had this like accidentally built up scaffolding that I was already able to use. So I think my hypothesis of autism is very strong, but I'm not a researcher, I'm not a lab, I'm not a psychologist, I'm not a psychiatrist, I'm not a neuroscientist, I'm none of those things, but I just needed it so desperately that since I was like, oh, okay, I might be able to figure this out. I've just been noodling on it until I think I've arrived at something. But that says to me also, like, now I have a lens to look through other things. So I'll occasionally, I've taken a bunch of screenshots from Instagrams of people who are autistic that are constantly sharing infographics, and some of them are not bad, like, but when I look at them, I'm like, my hypothesis actually unifies why this person is saying it, and it could actually shift it slightly to a different idea, but I still need evidence, like, in a research context for what I'm saying. We still need that, and the point of all of these like conversations we're having, I hope, is to figure out how to build that. We don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the place for us to go and try to work on solutions that we actually need. So one thing that comes up a lot in these lectures, and well, they're usually conferences that I'm watching, so there's a lot of Zoom conferences with professionals who are working with autistics who are actually autistic themselves, or have organizations that are working directly with autistics, and asking us. So if you ask us, what do we actually need help with, it's not what the funding is going to. We will keep answering that we need help with quality of life, that we need help with employment, that we need help with managing money, that we can't earn enough money. It's not that we can't get a job. We can't get a job that pays enough. And we can't, even if we get a job that's supposed to pay enough, somehow we're doing it wrong because we can't keep up with, not keep up with, this isn't built. We're still being asked to deliver the damn cake, right? So you'll see,
Right.
you know what it is? I came up with this other way of explaining it. Somebody says to us, oh, it's hard for you to make a full cake. Why don't you make me a small cake? And I'm like, I still don't have the ingredient for that to be possible. Now what you're doing is setting me up to be humiliated, to be treated like an idiot, right? You're going to say to me, like, I made it as easy as possible. It's small. You can't do that. And now you're going to tell me I don't really want it.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So it fundamentally is coming from people not understanding what the disability is. And that's how we get in this cycle. And because of the nature of this specific disability, it's difficult for people to imagine, and it's difficult for us to talk about, because we don't understand. I think we need to understand embodied cognition, which gets into this idea that the language that we're using is an expression of the physical experience of being embodied, with the nervous system we have, with the brains that we have, with the relationship with gravity and our limbs, really basic physical material stuff. And that an autistic person's brain is missing a part that would normally make all of those metaphors happen and possible. If you had autistic people creating a society, we would have a totally different language, because we would never describe a sunset we can't see. We would never describe the taste of a cake we can never make.
Right. Yeah.
So we I guess just to tie that up, it's like, well, where do you go with that? Because that's pretty lofty. It's got to be at a point of, like, I'm talking in this way so that we know how important it is. I don't know how to solve it either, but I think all of us should know that this is important. We are important. When people have said we were smart, they were right. We're not stupid. We're not inferior. However, we are disabled. So if you make me do something that I am disabled at, I will look inferior. But if you're going to make me do that, then you need to give me a convincing argument for why that's the best our society and our species can do. And I don't fucking buy it. Because look at our society. Look at what we do to people. That's bullshit. I want to be participating in a society that's much healthier. I cannot be an asset to a society that is unhealthy. Because the way that we've figured out to be unhealthy just happens to be extremely harmful to autistic people. And you can get into the philosophy of why exactly that is, and there's again going to be like a material reason for why that is. But that is the situation. So it's intolerable for me, but I know it's not tolerable for other people, because, like, you can just look at what's happening globally with our most sophisticated forms of organization of people. And it's just what military's killing each other, torturing each other. What are we doing? Not getting
Yeah.
research.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
it's important. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like definitely a lot of, when we see wars and everything, it's so sad that so many people are dying, like, because of the agendas of a couple people.
Yes.
And then something else that's really hard is when we see people who are, at least claiming to be noping out and wanting to build things that really help people, and create a healthier society.
Mhm.
And then run into issues like I ran into with that founder I was describing.
Yes.
And it's like I know, there's always a combination with motivations of like ego's always in there, and we can't just write off everyone who has some motivation. And also there's like time crunch and trying to I forgot your exact language, but it was like, trying to show what you've done in a way that you can get buy-in to do more, which in a founder's case, it's getting more investment.
Yep.
Or getting to the point of revenue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And like, will someone buy the broken thing while you figure out it? Which is why, like,
well, maybe they want the broken
to
thing too, though, right? Like, perhaps the broken thing is what's currently attractive. So you have to sell people another version of the broken thing that's currently popular, even knowing that, like, you basically have to be deceptive, or potentially you try to sell them another broken thing because that's what's popular, but you can't make a fixed working thing out of that. So, like, you either, I think, at this point have to lie to people about what you're actually selling them, if you're using that way of thinking, right? Where, like, when I hear ego, I hear somebody trying to say, like, okay, I need to be relevant on the level of hierarchy. I need to be important as if I've beat somebody in a race. Okay, great. So if that's what you're doing and everyone's running a stupid race, then you have to also run the stupid race. And so if people are investing in your stupid race product, right? Wow, that sounded weird. Maybe it is that though. Like, but if people are,
I don't know if
if people are like, can you sell people on like the actual healthy thing? Or would you automatically be participating in something that's never going to be more than another broken thing that we're already doing?
Right. So I feel like at the very least, it is possible to take, those hoops on the way to support out one by one, or, like, make them so only half as many people fall into them, like,
right.
So that's kind of where I try to start with, like, here is the danger of this specific thing that you're doing. And here are, little tweaks that might help. It gets tough. I guess, like, I'm used to, coming from working, at big corporations with more of the, like, people who don't have time to, think about ideas unless you hand them a perfect solution yourself. Like, the way to communicate to them versus now it's like the kind of people I'm working with do wanna, like, they seem like they wanna understand other maps and, like, but when they conflict with their map, it's easy for them to kind of write it off, or they might be curious a little bit, but then, you say one thing that's, like, hard for them to comprehend, and they're like, well, is this map that important for me to understand? Do I need it? And that's just really tough, like, to try to communicate, and to try and piece together stuff that would convince them in a way that would convince them.
Why do they have power right now? I guess like this would be a good thing to ask. Right? Because like why have to convince them in the first place? They must already have power.
So that's another thing, is like, you know, people like this founder are likely to fail just because, yeah, if they're building something against gravity, gravity's coming for it.
Yep.
But
So, oh
like,
no, you finish.
sorry, go ahead.
No, you finish with your thought.
Like, the kind of power that I see in them is more like the fact that they're building objects as well. And I'd rather be a collaborator than a competitor, if that makes sense.
Of course, yes.
If they would be willing to, you know, with whatever tiny amount of funding they have, or they might even be bootstrapped at this point, if, like, I can help shape their project in a good direction, and, you know, there's a tiny chance that it changes the world, and there's a much bigger chance that it becomes one more experiment that other people can learn from. At the very least, that experiment could be neurodiversity informed. And like, you know, it is kind of this game of like a bunch of, the way, you know, capitalism works, just a bunch of people building things and then seeing what sticks. And like, I had this mindset of being willing to talk to whoever would listen to me. But I'm realizing that that might not always be the best use of my energy. Also, like, but, you know, coming from a product strategy background that's like very far removed from anything performance related, like I've only ever done performance as a hobby.
Right.
So like that final mile of, you know, trying to convince people of stuff is just so exhausting for me that I never thought, you know, to try to interact with governments or like these large orgs that actually have power, where people have had their egos fluffed a lot more than a 23-year-old who dropped out of a fancy school.
Well, see, that's the thing though, is like the person who's a 23-year-old that dropped out of the fancy school believes he's in the position to change the world. Why does he believe that? Why are 23-year-olds who've dropped out able to change any world whatsoever? You know, I dropped out. Okay, where's my get to change the world for free card? You know, I don't see it. So the question is like, so these people absolutely have power. They clearly have too much power to fail. If you dropped out of school and your next big thing is to change the world, shit's fucked. Like, you know, I would say, like, who are their parents? Who are their parents' friends? Why are they friends with them? What is happening there? Because like, is there any way that we don't have to go through people who are that? I'm sorry. Like, can I just say this? Because it's a dude, right? Okay. Why do we have to keep pandering to stupid dudes who are not even half as talented as us? Just curious.
Right.
Yeah, they're literally random dudes, because the way our society is set up is we measure who has got the furthest, right?
Yeah.
So who has the most money, to try to estimate who has the best ideology.
Yeah.
Because if your ideology is good, you'll move further. It's the way they think of the world, right? And so that's why money is measured and influence is measured, right? Why these people matter, right? And so when it's a random guy dropped out of high school or university and changes the world, what it is that there's already a set of people with the levers of power listening to this person for some reason.
Right.
And that reason isn't because they know a lot of things really well, or else instead of dropping out of university, they would have taken an accelerated course and got through it faster and then worked on models of the world through that system, right?
Yeah. And also, this is I wonder, because this is how I would feel about it. So they're going to potentially change the world either way. And what we're trying to do is get in front of these big babies who are running around with way too much power and telling them, like we're their mommies, what to do so they don't fuck us over worse. So,
And so I
you
spent
know,
a bunch of time
Yeah.
trying to talk to people with entrenched political positions other than what mine is. And the only way to get through to them is to do what Jane is saying. You have to put yourself in the position of acting like their mother and babying them through tricking them basically into examining their own beliefs and comparing them against reality, which they've been built up this learned system of not doing that, of just assuming their beliefs are right because of who they are.
and
And so you have to
Yeah.
you basically have to stop existing as a person, put on this horrible
Yes.
performance
yes,
to maybe
Yeah.
trick them into maybe pretending your ideas are theirs, right?
Yes.
There isn't any just convincing these people because they are psychologically stunted and they have concepts in their brain that have given them a disability in their ability to learn new concepts.
yes. And I'll say that this is also just to loop this back in. There's a history of the oppression of women in our species that's tied into all this. So I tried to submit this once for a game, and it wasn't the one that they picked, and then the game fell apart. But I was going to do a game. This is a whole long story, but okay. But I submitted one that was about Clara Immerwahl, who ended up being the wife of the man who creates chemical warfare. Okay, and she is a brilliant chemist, a woman who is graduating at a time when you couldn't really do that, and then getting to go on and get like a doctorate sort of level of thinking. Okay, I don't recall if she actually got the doctorate, but she may have. So I think she did actually. But okay, but she ends up marrying this guy. Okay, and it seems that this person exploited her work and then used it to basically furnish the German army with chemical weapons. Okay, so this is how this woman kills herself. Okay, I wonder very deeply if she was herself autistic. So it's possible, and I'm going to make an assumption here, that this guy had potential and power, right? And this woman may have put herself in the position of like, okay, I'll just make sure, since he's going to get power anyway, that this gets steered in the right direction. And this person, she was destroyed by this man. Okay, so even if we do all of this work to try to get these dudes to use their brains, they never use their brains like us. Even if we can drag them to the chosen place, they never walk there themselves. They don't have the muscles to stay there, to go anywhere from there that makes any sense. They will wreck it.
They will. And that is something that I've been running into a lot as a consultant, where especially like there was this one startup that I worked with. Now, the founder wasn't that bad. He'd been humbled himself by no one wanting the thing he'd already built. I helped them build something new. And people really liked it in the first couple months. They liked it so much that the founder decided he didn't need my help anymore, and they could steer the ship on their own for a while. And then they said they might come back to me in a couple months, and they didn't last that long. Because they just managed, they didn't have my thinking for the next step. Which is why now I'm looking to work with people who have some level of thinking through things themselves. So going back to the inference distance, so there's less convincing to do.
Right.
And also I've just come to the realization that, I don't want to be like that woman you mentioned, dying to make some temporary experience that, is eventually the moment I'm gone, they're going to build it to go against gravity anyway.
Yeah.
And it's like, I'd rather just
they won't even know
as good of a life.
They won't even know when they've gone off track. They've never understood the track that you're on. They don't know it at all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they'll confidently fly into the sun like an idiot.
Oh yeah. And that's why I've been gravitating towards like helping small groups of people who want it. And it's hard to say who's gonna still want it when things get tough and who's gonna be like, well, who can we cut,
Yeah.
But at the very least, like, I know I'm probably projecting here, like maybe, you know, some people in positions of even more power than this person I was talking about, you know, the people who've been validated by whole systems might have been, you know, have had more people nudge them to learn how to think, and I might not be the first, and that might be like an advantage there. But on the flip side, they've gotten so much validation that it, you know,
Well, and they get validation, and they have fanboys that abuse other people for them. So not only do they have validation, they have people that are invested in riding their coattails. You know, if the emperor has no clothes, the emperor has no clothes. Everybody trying to ride their coattails are also fucked. You know what I'm saying? So it's like this is the social reality we're living in, and this is what's so infuriating about it. So it's like, can you go around them? Can you get into the position above them and know what you're doing more than them, so they cannot occupy that position ever again? That's where we need to be at. I don't know how we get there, because this is very abstract. But I think that's our core problem, and that I would argue is the project of feminism. So feminists weren't just saying like, oh, we want to be able to vote, or we want to be able to do X, Y, and Z. What feminists wanted was full education, so we could show that we could participate in all of society, in the public sphere, and that our participation was going to matter much more than people realize, because by taking out any member of the population that is able to contribute, you impoverish all of us. And we were saying that there's no reason for us to be inferior when it comes to contributions to society at the level of the brain, that our cognition is not inferior. So it's just yeah. So what we're trying to say is that, like, whenever people are standing in a position and holding it and saying, oh, well, I'm here because I deserve it, because this position means I deserved it. Okay, well, do you know what you're doing? No. Okay, how did you get there? Oh, I don't know. How did that position get there? Oh, I don't know. They just need a position. It doesn't matter which one, that says that's the important person, and that's where they sit, and it atrophies everything about them, because they've never moved. They'll never move. They you know, so for us, it's like, yeah, we may need to find some way to appear to be at a higher position than them, just for the sake of scaring and spooking the shit out of them. But at that point, we just have to be so good at what we do, and we have to know what we're doing. And for me, it's like, what's my project? Okay, my project is figuring out human cognition better, and then having human cognition that isn't for the sake of being, I don't know, like self-indulgent. It's human cognition for the sake of doing things more effectively, and doing things worth doing, and being able to argue why they're worth doing. So I'm aiming for a really high bar, but that's going to impact everybody with autism, right? So what bar are these guys aiming for? Why are they there? Why are they so close to the bar already that they're going to reach it no matter what? So you know, 23 is absurd. Like that almost reminds me of when I was a lot younger and I started going to therapy. I had a few early therapists saying to me, men saying to me, like, maybe you should date someone older because you're so mature. I'm like, so you want, so yeah. So I was like, you want me to date somebody that when they were my age, they couldn't do what I can do? No, I'm not doing that, because I'll never be in the same place as that person. You see what I'm saying? I'm not faster than this person. I'm doing a whole other set of shit that this person can never catch up to. What they can do in my society, especially a man, is have the facsimile of having known things because they got the award as if they did.
Yeah. Oh my God. I'm so sorry that therapist told you that. Like, sometimes people say stuff like that to me, and yeah, I have the same kind of response of like, I don't want to be with a man-child. Like, I had this situationship with a guy who was 2 years older than me, but acted like how I was 2 years younger than at the time.
Yeah.
And, like, I figured, you know, close enough maturity-wise.
Right.
But the fact that he'd been able to, you know, maintain a certain way of thinking as a 29-year-old that gravity had snapped me out of at like 27.
Right. Right. So that means you're gonna be his younger mommy. You know what I mean? You have to be like, that's and then all of your talent gets wasted trying to make this man look legitimate because he was already put into this position.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like all this wasted effort to make them look good. And that's like a really tough spot. Yeah, I've been thinking maybe like I should focus on any kind of work or collaborative relationship where like we're both learning something, because it's tough with money, because I figured like, well, the benefit I'm getting is getting paid.
Yeah.
But then like I sometimes feel like asking for money and a mentorship relationship from the same person is too much.
No,
But it's just,
it shouldn't be.
yeah.
Absolutely not. That's how, like, I can tell you from the performance arts, that's how that works. In fact, the people that pay you the most are mentoring you really, really hard because they want you to make sure that, you know, you're carrying on a legacy of something that actually matters. Like they like, you know, it's not okay. So in the performing arts, they're not carrying on your legacy. They're carrying on the legacy of the art form, right? And you're supposed to carry on the legacy of the art form, which was entrusted to you by your mentor. So it's there is an actual way to have something be passed forward. It's not nepotistic or anything weird. It's really just like, oh, you can appreciate this enough that you're going to carry this forward in a way that it stays healthy, that it keeps growing, that it learns beyond what I could learn, right? So it's like you're passing on the same progeny, like your child is the art form, you know what I mean? And you're adopting it from the last person. So it's not a reputation, and the person who's paying you in our system right now pretty much says like, I'm paying you to make me look good.
Yeah. Or fix all your problems. That's another thing. Yeah, going off of that Wendy syndrome post that I shared in the
I'm
chat,
so excited to read that. What? You're a genius.
Thank you.
It's amazing.
Yeah. But yeah, that was what, like, I, you know, saw this place where I was told, you know, it's this place where burnout is like recognized and people are supported. And the people who told me that were people who, you know, had gotten into certain systems with a lot of nepotism, you know, and like the women had often dated older guys at some point, and like learned stuff from them that's gatekept.
Yep.
And instead, like, I ended up, being a mommy to lots of man children.
Who were promised that they would be able to talk about burnout to you.
Exactly. Like, I was trying to, you know, get what I'd missed, like, you know, quote unquote parenting wise, or like, you know, like my parents tried their best, but like no one like catches everything.
Yeah.
And instead end up like, it's literally Wendy's story where she thinks she's gonna get to fly with Peter Pan. And, you know, she's already been parentified, having to babysit her brothers, and she wants this freedom and thinks she's just gonna be another flying person in Neverland. And then she goes there and has to be everyone's mom.
Yeah.
And then she almost sacrifices herself walking the plank.
Right. That's beautiful, by the way. That's the antithesis to flying. You know, it's like drowning. Great. Wonderful.
I didn't even think of that. It's like, a woman who goes to a place where she sees a lot of men flying and thinks she'll get to fly too. And then, like almost drowns. And then goes back, and her ending is she grows up and lives like, you know, a regular life.
And then her daughter has to do it too.
She doesn't have to be... What?
Then her daughter has to do it too.
Yeah.
Peter comes back for her daughter.
Like... Yeah, that's true. But I feel like the happy ending where, like, eventually, you know, she's not, like, stuck babysitting her little brothers without having control, like, and she gets to have, like, a healthy amount of adult freedom, if you will, depending what version you look at. Arguably enough. But it's like maybe the, you know, the like message is that that's a healthy society where no one gets to fly, but no one's drowning. Versus Neverland, there are some people who get to fly and other people who, you know, get fed to an alligator and are almost drowning. And yeah.
So the way I heard it, because I'm super feministy, but so Wendy's daughter Jane, of course, then gets visited by Peter Pan, and it starts the whole thing over again. Like Peter Pan then is,
Right. Yeah.
and then you're supposed to have Wendy looking at Jane, and Wendy's now an old woman. So there's this weird allegory there. But like, you know, it's almost the idea of like Peter Pan gets to stay in Neverland and fly all the time. Wendy tries to go to Neverland to fly all the time, ends up drowning, has to go back to just regular life of becoming a mom, and then her daughter also will be told, "Oh, you'll get to fly with us, be our mommy, we'll drown you," and then back again. Okay, and
Right,
doesn't that make being a
to
mother
watch
look
her
better?
daughter preyed upon in the exact same way by the exact same kind of man.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that is sad. Yeah, it's like
That's how you
can
to our system. Wait,
yeah.
sorry. I was gonna say the fact that it's sad is how you can tell that it's an accurate analogy to our society.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, Peter Pan syndrome is very on point. You know, another thing that's rough is like, okay, like even if you choose to nope out of having kids or even relationships, what have you, like there's still like the systems that we work in.
Trying to see if that Jane character was just added to the movie or if it was in the book. Because Disney put that in there.
Oh, I thought the Disney. Oh, I guess the new one. I didn't see it, but I heard that Wendy doesn't have kids. Which I guess kind of ends that cycle. But
yeah, I think it is in the book, but now I'm trying to double check that.
Yeah.
But I know the character because obviously my name.
I do remember. I read the book like as a kid,
It
and I do
appears
remember.
briefly in most versions of the story. Very weird. Anyways, it's fun for the sake of yeah.
Yeah.
That's just gnarly. Interesting. Okay, sorry, I got super distracted. Yeah, so point being, okay, getting back to the thing, and like I was like trying to make that allegory really, really deep. And I was like, is it deep? Is it deep? Because like the Wizard of Oz is actually a feminist allegory. Like there's good evidence to back that up, like from the like structural side of it, where it's like Baum's wife was a suffragette, and also Baum's wife's mother was a suffragette, and he was friends with them and went to everything. And so yeah. Anywho, yeah. So where was I going with this? Oh yeah, So okay, is it possible to like go after the same resources that these guys get access to? Can you make those people your mentors? Like, who's giving them money, right? Forget any of these guys being your mentors or their mentors being your mentors. can your mentors be the people that are signing checks?
The people signing checks often don't understand the problem that well and want to hear a good story and want to hear that people in the world are willing to buy what you're buying.
Great.
So
Okay.
in terms of mentorship, yeah, they can tell you what would convince them. And you could get mentorship. Like, I think, yeah, maybe instead of those guys, like good mentors in the startup world are people who built successful startups already or gotten farther along in the journey of building something that people want. And then if you look at what they build and it, you know, actually at least somewhat lives up to the story they're telling, that's kind of how you determine how thoughtful they've been with it. And I do find like my bar getting higher. I think like since I'm, you know, learning about the problems that I'm interested in myself.
Yeah.
First, a lot of things seemed interesting to me that don't anymore.
I have something to pick your brain about. How would you define a mentor?
I'm really curious how you would define it.
Because here's what I would say to that. So let's say, okay, so a mentor isn't necessarily the most successful person. It could be, but a very successful person has a lot of eyeballs on them, and they've probably met a lot of people, and they may already have mentored a lot of people, and maybe you need to talk to somebody that they've mentored. So there's that. But also, I would say that a mentor does not necessarily give you the keys to like how to do what they did. They just give you what they understood, which may no longer be relevant. So if what ends up happening with a mentor is they'll start telling you things about life generally. So if your mentor isn't just telling you about life generally, they're not a mentor, in my opinion. Like I believe that an actual mentorship is more about you relating to them on a human level, and then they're telling you what they've figured out as a human being who is doing something that you both have some interest in. It's like you can't really have a mentor that has no overlap, but the overlap isn't the significant part of mentorship in my experience. Like what actually matters is that the mentor is interested in what makes you different as a person, genuinely interested in it. And if they're not, they can never be a mentor because they can't help you to use their knowledge base, right, to troubleshoot without doing it in real time. That's what a mentor saves you from, is having to troubleshoot it all by yourself the hard way. They've already been through something that, again, may no longer have relevancy, but at least they know the precursor to what you're doing now. So a mentor is trying to make sure that you don't have to learn everything the hard way. And if they're not doing that, then they're not a mentor.
Wow. That's a really good, like, that's the kind of relationship that I'd really like to have with people, but that I've only had a couple people.
Yeah.
Because usually I feel like I'm, you know, trying not to ask too much, or, you know, ask for too much of their time, trying to, you know, formulate every little thing I say in a way that they're not going to misunderstand, and we don't just waste the call on that. Yeah, that level of curiosity,
yeah,
I've mostly only seen in younger people, like our age and younger. Mentorship, yeah, a lot of people who wanted to mentor me, like, wanted a protege of them rather than for me to be me.
Yeah.
Or you know, to end up like figuring out my own path.
Yes.
And or, you know, to get to some conventional point, you know, like breaking the glass ceiling as a woman or something, rather than doing what makes me happy. Even, you know, I don't need to be massively rich. I just need to have enough money to not have to be thinking about it all the time.
Also, wherever the glass ceiling breaks, maybe that's not a place worth being. You know, like why is that always our goal? There's goals outside of the imagination of these dudes. I mean, I'm sure they don't realize that, but there are. Like if they think like all of the shit that they invented is truly the pinnacle of where everybody wants to be, I have news for them. No. And you know, further, it's like these. If somebody said that you are difficult to understand and that you're not putting the effort in to be understood, they're lying to you. I just want you to know that. Like, I've talked to you long enough to have a sense of this consistently. At no point would I have gotten that impression. And I don't think I'm stupid. I don't have the resources that these people have, but I'm certainly no dummy. And you should, if somebody's coming across with that impression after speaking with you, they don't have a good grasp of what's going on in reality. They're not able to discern one thing from another, because that's an absurd category to put you in, just to make that blanket statement clear. So if you've been given that impression, it's bullshit, and I don't know why they were bullshitting you. But like, you know, yeah, we have autism. Yes, that's a difficulty, but overwhelmingly you put in effort to be clear, and if somebody takes the time to ask you questions, you take so much time to answer it specifically. So there's no excuse for that. Maybe they're lazy, maybe they're entitled, maybe they're busy, but that's wrong.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
For all of that. I do see like many people just don't like ask questions and just jump to conclusions in the tech world and the world of like fast moving and yeah, like they perceive that form of mentorship like they perceive that as a big ask, to expect someone to ask questions about what you mean when you're asking for something.
That says to me they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, because I'll tell you something. I knew ballet teachers who were assholes, and if you got them on a tear about some nuanced detail about ballet, you could not get them to shut up. So somebody who actually knows what they're talking about will just be excited that somebody's asking them sophisticated questions. And even if somebody's like, oh, even if they think it's a stupid question, okay, let's assume we'll give them the benefit of the doubt that they really are the Wizard of Oz, okay? So let's assume that that's the issue. If somebody's a competent person and they get a question that's phrased poorly, they'll rephrase it for you until it makes sense. Right? They'll be like, oh, I'm so good at this that even if somebody hands me it backwards written in crayon, I can tell you how it should look. And I'll be compelled to tell you how it should look. So why are they gatekeeping and hiding their great secrets, unless if perhaps the Wizard of Oz is a tiny little man behind the curtain with nothing to show for it? Because, you know, a lot of this shit I think is just gambling, to be really honest, because, you know, like, a lot of this has to do with board of directors who all know each other, buddy, and they're all in the shadows, okay? So they're playing a little chess game with each other, and it has to do with the stock market, which is gambling, which is, you know, so...
Which is gambling.
Yeah. So it's possible, and, you know, it's possible the people that you're dealing with, and I don't want to speak too badly about them, because, you know, I realize, like, I'm in a socioeconomic class where this could look like resentment. It's possible that they are, in fact, not very special people and overwhelmingly way stupider than you will ever be.
Right. And if they can't figure out what you're communicating, and they're not trying to put it in different words and saying, like, is this what you mean? Is this what you mean? Is this what you mean?
Yes.
Then they are themselves not good at communication.
Yes. Yeah. I do know, like, a lot of, like, times even people who, you know, do have, you know, no one has a whole map, but like some level of true knowledge that's higher than, you know, the vast majority that I've seen still misunderstand what I'm asking.
Yep.
which like it's a part of life, and like I don't think that necessarily makes them entitled or too busy for me. But I'm trying to like formulate everything that I think this might also just be like with consulting and, you know, working with people who want me to be their mom, and then trying to get mentorship from other people and trying to communicate all of that so concisely. And then it's like, you know, on these short mentorship calls where one misunderstanding costs you like 15% of the call. Like I think that's what's like stressing me out and leading me to overthink. And like I've just developed a lot of insecurity and like with mentorship relationships, like if I'm not progressing fast enough, or you know, like sometimes I've put myself in situations that burned me out to, you know, be able to showcase that I'm worthy of mentorship rather than just the fact that I come back with more questions.
Well, it's like it's kind of an inner ring thing, right? Like I wonder how much of this is an inner ring problem. So if somebody's you know, a bit more of a brilliant person and will allow that for that being the case, but they've been spending most of their time hanging out in inner rings, are they talking to be understood and to understand, or are they using lexicon to show that they belong in this deep inner ring? Are they intimidating you with jargon, or are they communicating? Because that happens to be the most effective way, and they may need to reframe it sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there are like people who genuinely want to communicate. Yeah. Yeah, I think part of the issue might be that I'd been using inner rings for a while and kind of picked up lexicon from there, which doesn't always fit what I actually want to convey. So I've been trying to like, you know, I feel like I've been doing that less the last couple months, but yeah, I think that was something that was getting in my way before. But yeah, like how to navigate mentor relationships is something I'm figuring out, because I didn't have like any healthy ones until recently, and now I'm like afraid of botching the ones I do have.
Nice to have Chihuahua Mama in chat. Those are, I appreciate the. She was saying, or he, they. I mean, she. I'm guessing Mama, but yeah. Maybe they say things that work for them. Sorry, maybe they say things because it works for them, and no one has ever called them out.
Yep.
And I said yes, and they don't know why it quote unquote works for them. If they were too curious about it, the spell of magical thinking could be broken. And then Chihuahua goes on to say, yeah, I get, or get defensive as a way to shut someone up, of having to continue dealing with their own faulty ideals. And yeah, thank you. Yeah. So exactly. So they're able to. I was saying they preserve their faith in their own discernment. And if you already have the title of most discerning people on the planet, then there's the pressure to maintain the illusion, right? Because it's like, so how much of this is about maintaining the appearance of legitimacy? And again, that's a serious problem. So I think that legitimacy has like the meaning as like you've understood something very well and you care about it so that you'll continue to understand it the best that you can. That's how you've become legitimatized or just legitimatized. But the other way is that like other people have given you a title. They've given you a cap and gown. They've given you this award, this plaque, this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? You have a piece of paper that is supposed to serve as proof that you did what was necessary to be treated with that level of certainty that you are making sense and all this stuff. And our society is not doing very well with that model. That is not going great. And I think a lot of what you're dealing with is that, in my opinion, because I mean, I've been around just the tiniest bit, and thank you so much for that experience, but it was also kind of overwhelming because it's like, oh wow, a lot of this doesn't make sense. And even like when I was pushing back on something that I felt didn't particularly make sense, I didn't feel that was a successful interaction. I was like, oh, this is group belonging. I don't belong to this group. I can't criticize. I have to, you know, so it's, and you know, I can talk one-on-one with people who feel uncomfortable with how separated they are in a group. But we have a problem here where it's like the money is supposed to go to certain groups, and we all know it. And the people that know it the most, I think, are the people that already are in that group. And anybody trying to break the glass ceiling to be involved in that group will automatically have to challenge these people who don't know what they're doing. And that's why you're not going to break into that group, is because you'll shake it to its core. Like right now, right, we're going to have this as a problem for a while, as this is like a civilization problem. This is like a species problem. But the thing that I've always thought, this is like a heavy feminist statement, and when I say feminism, I really mean looking at what our species actually did and then responding to it. So feminism exists only because of what our species actually did. It's a response that fits what our species did, okay? So it's really a comment on the whole species. What we need to say is that the solutions are outside of the imagination of our species right now, because our imagination has been stuck working over a problem that's unsolvable because we can't let go of the belief that this problem really exists in the way it was defined. So the problem that we actually have to deal with is different than how it's been defined. And that's what's so interesting about being autistic, is also our problems have been described in ways that don't make sense and shouldn't be defined in that way. They need to be defined relative to the part of our brain that's different. So we have another example of this issue, but it's an overarching problem in the species right now that we can't imagine how to get out of this system, how to participate in a new one, and how to encourage each other to stop using the same language to describe our problems as this belief system that is wrong. It's wrong. And we, like, feminism actually skips ahead. Instead of saying like, I need to prove that this system is wrong, like, we proved it was wrong a really long time ago. And feminism, even if you don't believe we have, we're going to say, well, how about we just do the project of assuming it's wrong and see where we go from there? How about we be the fools who run around with that assumption to test it? Okay, so I think that's ends up being the project of especially like if you are a woman, but anybody who's like aligned with this cause could align with it. But to stand up and say like, I'm actually have been outside of the imagination of my culture my entire life, my species my entire life, because they were describing women as a concept as something other than it is, and I have broken this system just by existing. I shouldn't exist, but I do. So what else could exist that I have been told not to imagine? Because I didn't imagine myself, right? I just am. I just exist. So nobody needed to imagine me for me to violate the system. But I do violate the system. Now, what can I figure out how to imagine to then create other things that violate the system? Because I wasn't created by people. I was created by nature.
Right. That makes sense. And I'd love to hear, what you're referring to from my event. I'm trying to think. It's kind of a blur to me.
That was my biggest, deepest special interest. I just like went to like the center of the earth and I was like, here's a rock. But you know, the point is that it goes that deep. And if you ever get frustrated with where you're at and what you want to do with this, like we have the issue of autism, right, which is going to confuse everything. But also you are being told misinformation about the entire species all the time, because people are saying those people should be over there and those people should be over there. And then if you ask them why, the explanations, like, and they'll resist giving them, will turn out to be these like very essentialist statements about people that if you actually observe any people or yourself, you violate. I violate all those statements. You violate all those statements. And what I want to say is, anybody ever makes it so that, oh, we'll let you into this room if you be our mommy, if you don't violate the statement, then now we know what that room is really for, right? That's what the room is for.
Yeah, love to hear either now or later in like what specifically, if you remember, that you criticized at that event, and yeah, like what happened after, because that's the kind of thing that I like want to watch out for, and also it's something that I've been thinking about is how much we even want to, like, where we want to promote that community, because so in the Bay Area there's this Twitter thread of tech events where anyone can comment additional ones, so it's very easy to get discovered. But it's in front of this pool of tech bros, and I felt like crowd, or you know, at least most of them seemed like people who, you know, felt like they weren't getting what they wanted in the default system themselves and were wanting something more. And I know we all have internalized ideas from systems that don't serve us. Like, I'm sure I still have plenty. Like, I have some that I've worked through. Sure, there's plenty more. But yeah, like, those are definitely things that I want to, you know, watch out for better. And also, like, the Bay Area tech scene is like, you know, if you're talking about recursive stuff, like, there are a lot of ideas that are just being thrown around all the time. You know, they're the popular ones, and then the contrarians are more kind of to themselves a bit, and in their you know, friend groups that everyone else doesn't know about. Right. Which makes it very easy to internalize those kinds of things. And then, yeah, thinking about, like, definitely want to make sure that the people who don't have those kind of beliefs far outweigh the people who do in the community, or, you know, that everyone's like open-minded enough and at the very least not dismissing ideas from other people, or criticize it, you know. So yeah, love to hear more about that.
Yeah, I can go on that one for a long time. Like, probably my strongest thing is, weirdly enough, feminist theory, because I don't know, I just find it enjoyable to have these explanations, like, at least be somewhat possible to explore, which it is possible, but it's challenging, because you do have to go really abstract, and you have to know that, like, there's been women capable of that level of abstraction, so most people don't even bother to read about it, because you've internalized so much about women being emotional and men being systemizing. Like, even the idea of an extreme male brain in autism is suggesting that women care about people and men care about things and systems and how things are put together. So you have to believe that women's brains systemize in order to even bother to hunt down good theory, which is an issue. But also that, like, the system that we exist in right now, right? Like, to comment on it from a sociological perspective isn't really the project of feminism. Like, if you understand it, the project of feminism is to notice that there is a kind of dualism that humans are attracted to. Like, it's and then you have to ask why. So the project of feminism is actually to answer the question is, as clearly as possible, what are human brains and what did they do? What are human organisms and what did they do? Right? Because if we don't answer it, it's already been answered. And the answer is, oh, well, humans do whatever these people that are in kind of like a death penis worship cult say they are. And I find that highly improbable that that's what our species actually is. Seems unlikely. So yeah, so wherever you are, you're going to be dealing with it. But especially in any place where there's a lot of money, you're definitely going to be dealing with it, because we're less than 100 years from major advancements in the rights of all marginalized people, but especially women. And like, tech is dominated by males for a reason, and it's not the reason that they say. That has to do with their magical, wonderful, I don't know, penis wands or something, like, because right now we're stuck in the fantasy of like the wizarding world of a bunch of dudes, like they're just magical people. We're off to see the wizard, la di da di da. Like, it's just that, on and on and on. And if we're able to reject it successfully, I think that will look like changing who you want to talk to. And I don't know who's in your world, though, that would be worth talking to, but
right,
but there's gotta be some, right? Like, it can't be zero. That's unlikely.
Yeah, definitely. I have been kind of honing in on that, and like, broadening the net and then pruning back.
Yeah.
To make my world smaller, and like several cycles of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and burning out along the way. But
we got to get you unburnt out. That's what we got to figure that out, because like, as a peer group, that's the issue, because you're gonna need to outlast these dinglings. Like, don't you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like you just have to be good, going along as best we can get you to go. Autism, all considered, being accommodated for as best as we can get it to. So guys have their earlier and earlier midlife crisis, because they don't want to look past the age of 30 apparently. Like, while they're imploding, you can be doing competent shit. Oh, I was saying, what you need to do is, like, notwithstanding, by the time they start having their midlife crisis, which is earlier and earlier, because they apparently don't want to look like they're over the age of 30, right? So as soon as they start imploding, and their life is just this narcissistic, like, game of trying to look like they're 24, you can be doing competent things the entire time. So yeah, it's the tortoise and the hare, and like, they're the bunny running around doing whatever they're doing. And I think like I would love to talk to you more about the burnout thing too, because I'll start shifting my focus to that a bit. Because that's related to the ideation. It's related to everything that's happening to us.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
But yeah, I think the main thing is that like these guys are wrong. So the people in tech, I'm just gonna say it, okay? They may know some information about coding, and coding is pretty unforgiving, but honestly, a lot of them don't. Honestly, they don't, right? They have business degrees, you know what I mean? Like, they can't do math. Give me a fucking break. Like, so a lot of these people are telling you that you need to learn something that is just a secret handshake. And you don't have to learn that. That's not worth it. If anybody's being an asshole to you or mean to you, that gives me motivation to be a more successful performer, so I can publicly just make them look like ding-dongs. Like, I will do that. I will battle rap anyone. I will go. but also that there's people that will be visible in our society always, that will get attention, right? You don't have to be getting attention in order to be doing really good work. And you are doing really good work. Especially since you're trying to troubleshoot everything that you're trying to troubleshoot. You're absolutely doing work right now. And if it's irrelevant to these guys and they can't see it, well, that's not really a feather in their cap. That doesn't really speak very well to them being able to see what's important.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I really appreciate you bringing that up. And then if you have an email that you'd like me to send, I went to a seminar about burnout recently.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The autism coach who did it will probably have another one at some point.
Okay.
Yeah, I got slides from that, and then also from another email with autism burnout resources.
Rad. I'm gonna send it to you.
But yeah, I'd love to chat about that more, because it's also just like something that even a lot of autistic people haven't experienced, or like especially people who are choosing to still do ambitious things. Because like the way I see it is, it's kind of like awakening about my limits, and something that I can learn from.
Yeah.
Versus a lot of people, like I can see why when something that scary happens, they might like give in to the pressure of of just not wanting to more risks, or like losing support, which is
Yes.
something that I worry about, is like being like, oh wow, this is all it took for you to burn out, but they don't know the world I've been living in.
No, they don't. Not even a little bit.
Yeah, it's like there's the autism side, and then there's also the like trying to understand the Bay Area when you're not from there, which like
Yeah.
I know I'm already in a pretty privileged position meeting all the people on the internet that I did before. Like honestly, with the kind of the default path of hoops that they put for people to jump through, I don't know if I could have made it through being autistic and a woman if it wasn't for those hoops just getting destroyed during the pandemic, having this opportunity to farm some amount of information to start with. And like really want to make that accessible.
Right.
But just I've been kind of feeling like I ran into the like I didn't even know autistic burnout was a thing, I think, until like after I was in it.
Yes.
And I was like hearing about it from this coach, and I was like, okay, that sounds relatable. Or from two different coaches actually. And yeah, it's like I don't even know how many people in my community would be aware of it.
Right.
And yeah, I just texted someone, which, yeah, this person, like, whatever, people are who they are, and they're gonna say what they're gonna say from their point of view. But actually, I don't, yeah, I'm not gonna, like, I know the chances of, this person, actually, yeah, okay, yeah, reading a text from someone isn't doxing them. I do just worry about being, like, super, careful about that kind of thing, but, yeah, it was, like, someone, in the tech space who is like hustling really hard, working literally all the time, and like has been sharing a lot of people and resources with me, but several of those recommendations of people were time sinks who weren't good for me, and like put me and others in danger. And today I just asked, if they by any chance had ever been through autistic burnout. Just, if anyone has ever managed to get from autistic burnout to being able to do that many things in a day, I want to know. But yeah, their response was no time for burnout, nor thinking, nor talking about burnout. I have bigger fish to fry. Am drawing a boundary. That's all I will say. And I just thumbs upped it. Okay, I did think of something to say. I'm gonna be like, yeah.
Wow.
For letting me know I don't have the time or money or
Yeah.
support burnout either. Yet here I am fighting for my right to exist on this planet.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't want to, like, you know, make enemies. It's like, because I know, like, this is someone who is really trying.
That's lovely that they don't have to worry about burnout. That is amazing that they have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't have burnout to get in their way. You were mistaken in thinking that this person might be interested in solving the problem that you have to solve. Whoops.
I'm glad you haven't had to experience burnout. I hope to make that kind of life accessible to more people, more autistics, from all kinds of backgrounds. The work I'm doing, I'll let you get back to your day.
Yep.
Yeah, like, this is
what
definitely
context?
someone...
What context is this person from? Just so I can kind of situate them. You need to say too much, but just so I can kind of follow.
Neuroscientist.
Interesting.
Who was talking to me about how ableist that world was, and saying that they found it to be one of the most ableist spaces. But you know, obviously, like, being in those kind of spaces, people internalize ableism.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've internalized lots of ableism, and I'll probably say ableist things.
Yeah. Oh, it happens.
Stream.
No, I mean it's
yeah,
very
you know,
hard to avoid
to be
a norm.
corrected, so I can update you.
Yeah, it's a norm.
But
what's their status neurodevelopmentally?
Oh, autistic.
They're autistic. Interesting. Okay. Did they get the Asperger's label or like the? Do you know?
So I don't know. I know they were labeled, I think, in middle school, if I remember correctly,
Okay.
and said that they had just the best experience in, like, grade school and high school with being authentic and people loving them for it, as a woman too, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like, was prom queen, and yeah, like, I am wondering what kind of school she went to,
Yeah.
where, like, you know, because it's like where I ran into challenges was kind of you know, when I got to a point where to build the kind of objects I want to build, I have to go into worlds where, you know, the kind of people I grew up around haven't been, and even my parents haven't been.
Mm-hmm.
And that has been a challenge for me. And I do question, like, did she go to a quote-unquote nerd school?
Yeah, I have many questions.
I'm thankful, you know, like, I had a lot less experience with bullying than a lot of autistic people.
Yeah.
But I was still, you know, hanging out with the artsy kids who were not bullied, but were not the popular kids. And yeah, I know, it's like so many questions. It's kind of like her life, and then yeah, it seems like in the education system she ran into some ableism, but then now has found work with organizations that really respect her expertise. And also, but some of these orgs that she's been working with have also been quite ableist themselves and even exploitative. Like there was this one which actually like it was an accelerator program, which now I know I'm not sure whether they meant to be exploitative because this is a biased perspective. So this was a startup accelerator program where startups usually they get some amount of investment as well as mentorship, and some just do mentorship without investment. This one actually charged people for the mentorship. Now, personally, I don't automatically see that as a bad thing because that can also empower orgs to stay afloat without as much gatekeeping, you know, prematurely based on who they think they're going to succeed, which you got to do based like if you, or you don't have to, but which a lot of people do if they're investing money and running off of the returns from that. You know, you need at least some of them to become unicorns essentially. So I like am not opposed to the idea of charging people, but a lot of folks in the startup world are, and this founder of this org, like this person told me that they were looking for twice gifted people, so
Okay.
or
Twice exceptional.
but it's like twice special. Yeah. You know what I'm talking
Twice
about.
exceptionals, yeah. To be, yeah.
Yeah, twice. Okay. All right. Yeah. Looking at your text now. Yeah, absolutely. You can ask me more questions.
Woohoo.
Yeah,
Okay.
for sure. We'll do that and also talk about burnout.
Yeah, we could stay in here too. I'll end stream because I went over a little bit, just to check in with the people that are watching. So I'm gonna end. I will be back tomorrow morning. I will at 8, doing more of my ideas around peer support that I've been working on. There's a lot more than this, but what we do on Sundays is work on space management. And it's like Housekeep-a-thon is kind of a gag name that stuck. And I just realized today, because Kyle called it House Cat, I was like, oh, we call it H-Cat a lot. It's like, oh, it could be House Cat. That's funny. So it's basically like time to work on doing things that normally would be sort of like psychically painful to do if you have any sort of executive functioning impairments. And then we have a chance to sift through any thoughts that are coming up as we're doing it, as well as to just generally talk about concerns with being neurodivergent, heavily centered on autism because that's what I have. So I run the space as an autism peer support, but it's also open to people who do not have autism, who do not even have neurodevelopmental disabilities, but have a good reason to be interested in us talking about it, which could be anybody. And also just people generally who are aware that they operate differently than other people and may need to find alternatives for how to support themselves in daily activities, including cleaning your space and getting to figure out what you're going to do next just as a person on any level. So we talk about a wide range of things. So every Sunday, usually 12 to 3, I start a little bit late. Appreciate people coming through. I appreciate the support. Oh, yeah, I'm on both platforms now. Yes. Thanks for messaging here too, Jamie. Yeah, and I try to watch both, but I'm not so good at it yet, so I'll get used to that. That's everything. I'm going to stop. But yeah, thank you everybody. In the future I may start to do more raids. I'm just not worrying about it for the time being. Took me a little while to find like people that I wanted to raid into for sure. Because yeah, Mr. Rogers is my hero. I want to help people to make choices that come from a deep sense of who they are, and to, you know, take everything in this life that you can that makes sense to you to work on and actually get to work on it. So I try to keep things not only positive but as mature as possible. That's it. So yeah, maturity, having fun at the same time can be a good combo, but it's a very focused space. So if you know of anything for me to raid into that would make sense with what I just said, you can always suggest it at the end of streams. But I'm going to end now. Thank you for coming. Have a wonderful rest of your Sunday. We'll be back